Spelers van Nederlandse Loterij, bedankt voor de ruim 168 miljoen die jullie bij elkaar hebben gespeeld. Voor sport en beweging, voor Nederland. 168 miljoen. Spelers, bedankt.
Niels en Eve gaan voor een lagere energierekening. En dat begint met isoleren. Glaswol, kitten, tochtstrips, andersom. En dicht. Oh, ja, bam. Isolatie. Je krijgt het er warm van.
Yo, deur dicht. Mijn huis duurzaam maken? Ik kan het.
Gamma.
Tragitol, snelle pijnstiller bij beginnende keelpijn. Het stilt snel de pijn en doodt bacteriën en virussen die keelpijn veroorzaken. In het oranje-paarse doosje.
A very good morning to you all short track fans for this third day in the International Invitation Cup here in Veen, the Netherlands. My name is Nelson Valkenburg. Next to me, a new co-commentator for this third day, Bram Steenaert. Welcome, Bram.
Thank you.
A very interesting day on its way, and we'll walk through the program together. It's a 1,000-meter day today, but a few very, very interesting races. We're in the final stages of ice preparation, and then this third day is ready to start. And 1,000 meters. It's going to be quite something today.
It's a distance that both the real sprinters and the more long distance skaters can endure very well. So
they all come together here.
Yeah.
And we've seen the start list for instance, the quarterfinals in the men's competition. And the names that are, for instance, in the second quarterfinal with Shinky Knecht and John Henry Kruger and Melle van 't Wout, but also the third one. It's going to be a battle to be able to go through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, it's going to be really close because as you could see yesterday, everyone was almost on the same level. So it's going to be a real nice battle today.
Yeah, the program of the day consists of solely the 1,000 meter, but a full program at that. We'll start with the quarterfinals in the men's A and B before we have ice preparation, followed by the women's semi-finals in the A and the B and the men's semi-finals, and followed by the ranking finals, and then it's time for the finals. It is going to be fun because also at the end of the day we also have the relay finals, so it is a full day, an interesting day and a competitive day. Yesterday the times were close and they were fast. It looks like the ice is fast and the skaters are in good shape.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen the times as fast in Heerenveen as they were yesterday, so let's see what the times will be on the 1,000 meter.
Talking about shape, you should have been on the ice today, probably. Broken ankles kept you off the ice, but as we discussed before we went on air, you've made a return, a tentative return. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm happy that I can skate again because I broke my ankle 5 weeks ago, and last week I stood on the ice, so that's quite a quick recovery. And I'm happy I can start building up again.
And it must ache a little bit if you see them all skating here.
Yeah.
It must hurt.
Yeah, I would have rather been on the other side of the boards than where I'm sitting now. But you know, I do what I can to come back as strong as I can.
And at least this way you can still see it live.
Yeah.
Together with you all on this feed at Schaatsen.nl and KNSB, the international feed, and throughout the day we'll switch to Dutch a little bit for some results and a little bit of background, but mostly we'll do it in English today. We'll see in a few minutes, it won't take long, first race to commence. It's going to be very interesting because this season is an Olympic season, obviously, and Bram, how important is a proper start for any of the athletes that think that they are in the mix for an Olympic medal? A good start of the season, maybe ease some nerves.
Yeah, I think the older skaters feel the tension for this first competition because there's a lot to play for. Because basically the coach will select the team for the first two Olympic qualifying tournaments based on this weekend. So I think everybody feels the nerves, and it's also who can handle these nerves the best.
As we see Shinky Knecht getting ready for his quarterfinal. Yeah, this is definitely one of those moments that everybody's measured against each other, especially for the Dutch team, but we've seen it in the Italian team as well. A similar dynamic. Canadian representation here is not, let's say, the A skaters, but the Canadians are so strong and they have such a high level across the board that even the younger skaters that they've sent here are of a very, very high level as well. As we get ready for the first of the quarterfinals, 4 in total. You'll have to be within the top 2 to know for certain that you progress to the semis. Obviously, you still have the 2 fastest times, or in case of a penalty in advance, maybe they're a way into the semis. But to get through on merit, it's definitely best to be in the first 2 spots. And that's exactly the problem, because in every quarterfinal, there are at least 3 guys who shall believe that they have a right to go to the semi. So it's going to be fun there. Whistle's blown, and we're almost ready here. Jasper Bruinsman, 84, on his helmet, including Quinten Verkok as well. He's there, 59. Yesterday a little bit of a difficult day for all of the Frenchmen. It was not a great day there. Shaolin Sander Liu is there, Jérôme Courtemanche, the Canadian, as well as Kai Huisman. On paper, and considering what we saw on the Friday, you'd say Liu, and who's the second one you fancy here?
I would say Kai Huisman.
Well, let's wait and see. 5 guys ready for this first 1,000-meter quarterfinal. Not a super leisurely start as in the 1,500-meter. Position is important, because if you have to come from the back, it'll be difficult to pass, especially on a high level here.
I think the pace is not as slow on the 1,500 meter, because also now the time of the third skater is also important. So if you start slow, you really have to be in 1 or 2 at the finish line, and now you might have a chance if you finish third.
2 Dutchmen at the back, a little bit of movement there. A good move by Kai Huisman into third. It needs to make up another position. Still, it's Verkok and Courtemanche in 4th, and it's Sander Liu who's in 2nd. Who's going to make the move? 3 laps on the board still. A ferocious pace so far. Very interesting to see who is going to make the move. There is a little bit of a move in the back from Jasper Bruinsman into 4th. Passing Courtemanche, he's having trouble staying with them, and there is the move. Easy move on the inside from Sander Liu.
Kai Huisman to 2nd place.
Yep. So 1st and 2nd, the names you mentioned before we went on air. And now we see Verkok having difficulty staying with them. Good race.
This is already quite a fast time, 1:25.
Yeah, let's wait and see. What we saw yesterday is that the times on the initial scoreboard had to be amended quite a few times, but that it's a fast race is good. 25.66 for Liu, 25.85 for Huisman, and 26.23. Let's keep that in mind.
Yeah,
could be the fastest of the non-direct qualifiers. Comparing this to what we saw on the Friday when there were a lot of 28s, this is a fast pace, and now the official times 25.5, 25.7. So definitely quick.
Nice finish from Jasper, just edged out Verkok.
It also means that this was the fastest time of the season so far. It's young this season with only races in Bormio and Dresden, some in Budapest as well, but it shows again that this ice is well prepared.
Yeah,
very strong.
I think the ice crew from TL did a great job, as you could also tell from the 500 meter times from yesterday.
Right, it means that we now start looking forward to the second of the quarterfinals with Stijn de Smet, the Belgian. Melle van het Woud yesterday, he was very impressive,
yep.
As was John Henry Kruger. Shinky Knecht was not totally convinced about a lot of things, and including himself. It's difficult to gauge where Knecht is because a lot went against him yesterday. He still looks able to pass on the outside, still looks able to extend the telescopic leg. 5th man in this field, Reines Bertint, the Latvian, who picked up a penalty yesterday. De Smet taking the lead early on. And they know, as you just said, that it was a quick race, the first one. They are forced to make it a hard one as well here.
And also, this is not a slow start. Right from the start, they make a solid pace.
On the outside, we see Melle van het Woud. Whoa, lovely move. Can he make it stick to take the lead? Yes, he does. From fourth into first. And he's taking a wide line, building speed.
And all the skaters know that the pace is gonna stay high the whole race, so it's easier to make the pass to the front early in the race, because then you still have energy. And if you have to do it in the last 2 laps, you might already feel some lactic acid in the legs.
Move from the Smet on the inside. Takes the lead away from Melle van het Woud. And there's John-Henry Kruger.
Shinky on the outside.
Good move by Knecht. Now in third position. And it looks like van het Woud is struggling. He is feeling it. He's put in a lot of effort in the beginning. And he's done. Now we start building towards the finish. There is
Shinky on the outside again.
Knecht on the outside. Needs to go wide line. Oh, next to each other, and now he's in third. Shinky Knecht in third.
Watch his finish.
Can he pass? Can he pass? Oh, it's going to be close. We'll have to wait and see until we have the official results, because we're not straight on the line from where we are sitting. It's very, very difficult to gauge. John-Henry Kruger, he's through. Yeah, that's for certain.
That's for sure.
Melle van het Woud burned up during this race. He was full.
I think he made a really good move early in the race to the front to stay out of all the trouble, but
yeah. Unofficial results, it seems that Shinky Knecht just extended his leg enough. Look at that, Kruger, Knecht and Bertins, De Smet and Van het Woud. This is again a sub 26 race for Kruger. And he had to fight hard, Shinky Knecht. He had a little bit of a fight with Reiners Bertins, who surprised him, but he got the job done. Yeah. And it looks like he's through to the semi-finals. Didn't really pick up on the time of Stijn de Smet.
On 26.6, but he was fourth.
No, Bertins, sorry. Because that's important with obviously the second fastest, or the 2 slowest guys who get through to the semis. We'll take some note of that later on. But a good race again, very interesting. And now, possibly the most stacked field we've seen so far.
Yeah, we see Friso, Sven, Dylan, all for the Dutch.
Yeah, Friso Eemans, Sven Roos, Dylan Hogewerf, Xiaoyang Yu, world class, and Christoph Schubert, the German, who's had a difficult weekend so far. Schubert.
We haven't really seen him so far.
We've seen him falling over. He was one of the guys taken out in a massive fall. See what we can expect here.
He did win the Invitation Cup in Dresden a few weeks ago, so
he's good enough, that's for sure, and he's already skated a 26.6. He did that at Dresden. As we're ready for the third quarterfinal. False start. 86. It looked like Friso Eemans was maybe a little bit early, but we'll have to wait and see.
I think it was Sven Roos,
who made quite the impression. He looked powerful yesterday. He looked strong, although he hasn't had all the luck. A little bit of an ambitious move. Earned him a yellow card. That was on Friday. Let's see how this start pans out. 3 Dutchmen, a very, very good Hungarian, and the German who's already skated fast this year. This could be a very good quarterfinal. Looking behind them, Friso Eemans leading, but not for long. 87 takes the lead, Dylan Hogewerf. And again, a fast race from the outset.
Sven Roos on the outside.
Making the move, meaning that Liu is now in 5th. It's not the first time we've seen that from the Hungarian.
That will be interesting, because it means he's gonna have to make a move.
And the 3 Dutchmen up front, fighting amongst themselves. So So it's now in the lead, Sven Roos, number 90. Then it's Friso Emons. But where is the Hungarian? There is the Hungarian making the move, going up to third at least, or can he just pass them all in one go? This is strong.
Oh, that's nice.
Takes it all from fifth to first, showing how good he is, how strong he is, and that he isn't worried when he's in fifth. That's knowing that you're in great shape. Friso Emons.
Roos on the inside.
Yeah, passing Emons. And there
Dylan
is
Hoogwerf to the third place.
the Dutchmen are fighting amongst themselves for the second position.
It looks like Sven Roos is going to take second position.
And looking strong again.
Yeah.
Very, very strong. A slower race.
Yeah. So this means that Dylan, who finishes in third, won't qualify for the semis.
No. So again, the confirmation that Xiaolang Yu is in great form.
He's in great shape, yeah. He looks very, very relaxed while he's skating, even when he's on 5. Not getting nervous about having to make a move.
And as a skater, you know, when you get it on the ice, you know in what sort of shape you are.
Yeah.
Mentally, that does a lot for you
Yeah.
if you're in great shape.
Yeah, I think if you're world class and everybody's almost at the same level, it really comes down to the mental aspect.
104. Hessel van Berkem had a good day yesterday, strong. It's good to see yet another new generation, a new group of skaters, making the pool bigger and bigger. This is going to power through the Dutch short track team for the next few years, because the competition, as you well know, is tough at the moment.
Yeah, the competition is very high in the Netherlands. There are a lot of good skaters, and also a lot of good new skaters, young skaters are coming.
And that's not so strange, because let's be honest, it doesn't get more exciting on the ice than this. It's especially what the youth wants to see. It's a very active sport. Itzhak de Laat, part of this fourth quarterfinal with Daan Breusma and Hessel van Berkem. Jens van het Woud is there as well, and Pietro Sigel, an Italian who had a 25.6 earlier in Bormio. So already skated fast. We'll have to try that again.
Let's see what Daan can do.
Who do you expect from what we saw on Friday, where these guys shake out?
Well, Daan is still empty-handed because he didn't qualify for the 500 and 1500 meter semi-finals or finals. So, but his favorite distance is the 1000 meter, I think. So he could put all his focus on this distance.
And important for him to basically get picked up for the Olympic or at least the World Cup squad.
Yeah. He's
Integral
going for
part
it.
for the relay, and in fact, yeah, massive start there from Daan Breusma. I think you called that correct. Everything on this race. Making this race ultra fast. The big question is, can he keep this up? And look at the move on the inside. Nicely done, up to third. That's Jens van het Woud, up to third. Still Daan Breusma ahead of Sigel. Sigel in second, the lone Italian. This otherwise stacked Dutch field. But still, Breusma in the lead.
Keeping a solid pace.
Yeah, looking quick, but they're bunching up behind him. So difficult to make a break, eh? You can't really get away. And when you're in front, can't really open the door for Sigel. But Sigel's starting to hurt, showing his teeth, grinding his teeth, trying to keep with Breusma, who's made this a very tough race. This is fall. And this is a hard hit.
This will be an advancement for Daan.
Yeah, he was the innocent bystander there. And
the board's opened,
yeah.
So they have to restart.
Meaning we'll have an 1800 meters for these guys.
Oh, and this is not in Daan's favor.
No, because if the race is called, he can get an advancement if it's restarted. he'll have to be there as well. And he really threw around with his his powers. He was very, very active in the opening stage.
He did a real good job because he was leading. The guys behind him were just focusing on each other, and Dan was staying out of all the trouble. Well, he was trying to, but this was not his fault.
It was, I believe, Jens van het Woud who made the move on Sigel.
Yeah.
Setting off a domino effect.
Let's see if Jens passed Pietro correctly or Pietro blocked Jens correctly.
That will be up to the referees. We do not have a review of that here, a replay. But one thing's for certain, there's already a lot of deliberations there.
Yeah.
It was the move by Van het Woud, but we aren't certain. It's difficult to say from our position if the move was legal or the block was legal. But now just keep skating, keep moving a little bit, trying to get the lactic acid out of the legs as far as possible.
And try to stay warm, not cool down too much.
This could play right in the hands of Itzhak de Laat, who was absolutely not active in this race. He stayed at the back.
He took a risk because it was only one or two laps to go.
2 laps, yeah.
He was still in 4.
Big move by this man, Jens van het Woud. Let's see if we can hear anything about potential penalties here. Plenty of deliberations. See Itzhak de Laat, slightly higher speed just to keep warm. While Breusma is doing everything to conserve energy, it seems. This is part of short track. You cannot plan at all. It's clear that he attacked this race, Breusma.
Yeah.
So still awaiting the restart of this race.
I don't see Pietro Sigel on the ice anymore.
No, correct. Whether or not that's due to a penalty or due to, hopefully not, an injury. And in a situation like this one, you know you've wasted a lot of energy. This is mentally tough on Breusma.
Yeah, this is hard for him. But in all his races he has a lot of experience. I think he had this before, and I think he knows how to deal with this. So I'm curious about what he can do.
And this will show us how good he is.
Yeah.
What sort of form he brought to Heerenveen.
It would be very brave if he would start in front again.
We think this may be great for Itzhak de Laat, and now it's a very different race. Definitely not quick.
No, I think we can say for sure that Jasper is through. Except there might be an advancement.
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to wait and see, but first let's focus on this 4th quarterfinal. Part 2. In the lead, Itzhak de Laat takes the lead here. Takes it from Jens van het Woud, one of the actors, one of the participants in the fall that stopped the race. Ensures it has to be run again. Just looking over his shoulder, de Laat, and then trying to make the move. Breusma, on the inside of Van Berchem. Berchem, a regional racer.
And don't underestimate him. He's one of the guys who has quite a good endurance. So, and he also didn't do much in the last before the restart.
Especially compared to Breusma, who really did a lot and is now in third. This is very difficult for him, although he is still there. He can still make the move. De Laat in the lead. It's Van Wout.
This is looking good for Itzhak De Laat. Daan is feeling his legs, and that's not weird.
But still, he's there. We've had the bell for the last lap. Is there going to be a move? No move, it seems, from Breusma. I can't.
Ooh, and a
No
fall
power.
for Hessel.
Yep. Hessel van Berkem went down in the final lap. So a tumultuous race, tumultuous quarter-final. And it's up to the judges now to see what they'll do with that crash. So this means we leave the quarterfinals in the A division for now, and we'll move to quarterfinals in the B division. These times tell half the story. It's more about what happened before the fall. And they basically skated 1800 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, we turn towards the B division quarterfinals with very interesting skaters as well.
Yeah.
Yesterday we saw in the B division great times and great performances. It just goes to show how much talent there is on this International Invitation Cup. In the first quarterfinal, we'll see Hugo Bosma, Philippe Daudelin, the Canadian, Mattia Antonioli, Niels Kingma, and Bart Petre. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Two Dutchmen there.
We saw Niels Kingma winning the 500 meter yesterday, so we can say he's in good shape.
Even with a fall yesterday.
Yeah, earlier on the 1500 meter.
So looking strong. In fact, he had two tumbles in the 1500. Finish as well.
And that's the penalty for too much straight lane change from outside to inside crossing contact.
I believe, but we'll have to check that there was possibly a penalty for Jens van Wout.
I couldn't hear it very good.
We'll have to wait and see, and we'll confirm as soon as we know. Right, we'll move to the quarterfinals B division. First race. Bosma, Daudelin, Petre, Kingma and Antonioli. On the outside, the Italian. He was struggling in the relay yesterday.
Yeah. We see the two guys from the RTC North taking the lead.
RTC, regional training centers in the Netherlands, a vital part of the makeup of short track skating in the Netherlands. So if you're not yet part of the national team, this is where you train and where you get a lot better and high level from these guys.
Yeah.
Although they are finding themselves and each other in a difficult spot there in third and fourth. Although the first three qualify in this race, three quarterfinals. It's in the lead, Daudelin. There's the move. Bosma to second, yes. Moves up to second behind Daudelin.
And Bart Petre from 5 to 3.
And this is good news for the second of the Dutchmen. Kingma up to third.
Yeah.
While Bosma takes the lead.
And Niels Kingma closing the gap to the first two.
But he knows that if he's in third, he's through.
Just stay in 3, that's enough.
Bell tolls. No risk. The fight between Petre and Antonioli hurt them both. And there is the final classification here for Bosma, for Daudelin, and for Kingma, first, second, and third. Good race by Bosma. Two good moves.
Niels Kingma shaking his head. Doesn't look very happy about his race, but he is through.
We'll wait to see the official results. But for now, here it is, 1:30.1. Not the fastest race, but very interesting. Good moves by Bosma in this one.
Yeah, so you can also see that in the B division, there's still a lot of nice racing, and it's not it's not that the level of the B division is that much lower than the levels in the A division.
Definitely not. And for all these skaters, for anyone who's here in the International Invitation Cup, getting as much ice time as possible.
48 marks per play, and that's a penalty for indiscreet lane change from inside to outside for team contact.
There's a penalty for Wart Petre.
For that move on Antonioli.
Yes.
It hurt them both. It probably means that Antonioli gets an advancement. Maybe. Well, we'll have to wait and see. But the penalty is there for Petre.
Yeah.
Right, it means we head towards the second of the B division quarterfinals with Kasper Dauma, as well as Marco Giordano, Daniel Tibosch, and Ben Jong Yang-hung, who had a great start yesterday. But like most of the German skaters, it all fizzled out a little bit during the day. No question who's the Dutchman in this one. The tallest guy on ice, Kasper Dauma. Start number 100. And he takes the lead.
So he wants to make it a fast race.
Yeah, knowing that the first one wasn't.
And there's also one fastest fourth place that will go through to the semifinals. So even if you finish last in this race, you could still qualify if the time is fast enough.
So Dauma leads. Kasper Dauma. So what we can expect now as the moves made by the Hungarian Tibosch, as well as by Giordano. Dauma is starting to struggle a little bit. Now in fourth, Dauma, after that opening salvo. And it's the Italian, Giordano, taking the lead. Can he make a move? Struggling on the exits of the corner to stay with the top three. And the gap opens up. The initial leader, Kasper Dauma, struggling.
Should really try to close the gap.
And he puts in a lot of effort to do so.
One more lap.
And you never know. But he can't really stay close. It's Giordano who leads ahead of Daniel Tibosch.
A solid win for Giordano.
28.3. If that is correct, it's also a solid time.
Yeah.
Thanks to the opening, basically, of Kasper Dauma. We'll wait for the official results to come in.
So we have the first place of
Possibly Dauma is in a good position.
Yeah.
Depending on how quickly how quick and hard the next quarterfinal contestants make the race. Next quarterfinal. So we'll wait results as they come in, but we move forwards towards Robert Kreutzbergs, Pietro Marinelli, Rino van Horen, Jari van Polen, and Itze van Bentum. So Rino van Horen, the Belgian, here as well.
Two very young skaters from the RTC team from Utrecht. It's nice for them to skate this competition to gain some experience racing against world-class short track speed skaters. For example, Kreutzbergs, he already made the A final on World Cups already, so it's nice to skate against those guys.
And is fast out of the block on a 500 meter, Kreutzbergs. A little bit of a delay before we actually get started, a little bit of attention to the track. It's the last of the races before ice preparation. We've had a few DNSs, Vladislav Bikanov after the Friday. No sign of him, looks like he sustained an injury. And Gumine yesterday, his fall was heavy as well. We haven't had an update on whether or not anything was broken. They thought it wasn't. But if you have a broken bone, apparently you can heal in 5 weeks. That's what we've learned today.
I saw him walking into the ice rink today, so without any crutches or a wheelchair. So let's hope for him it's not too bad.
Right. We're waiting for the start of this one. So difficult now not to get cold.
We see one of the referees still reviewing the last race.
Possibly at the finish. The finish between Ben Jung and Daniel Tibosch was very close. We'll figure out who finished where and in what time later. Let's get ready for this third of the B division quarterfinals. On the inside, Robert Korsbergs, normally a great starter, and he takes the lead. Rino van Horen behind him.
And this is also not a slow race. Korsbergs setting the pace.
First race was the slowest in this B division. So possibly that fourth place is up for grabs into the semis. Fast pace by Krutsbergs here. Two Dutchmen at the back, Van Bentum and Van Polen.
Jari van Polen struggling a little bit to keep up.
And this pace is a little bit too fast for him.
Korsbergs really setting a high pace.
Bentham trying to stay with them, but now the international riders move away from him. Still Krutsbergs.
Really looking strong.
Final lap. These three also know that they're through together. So no big battle up front. Krutsbergs looking like the top skater he is.
And
this
a fast
is
time.
Well done. Wait and see 4 times, but it looks like it's a 27.8. We'll have to wait to see if that's the case. But one thing's for certain, this was a fast race. This was a very good time.
Also the time for It's van Bentum might be quicker than the time from Casper Douwman.
Possibly, because I think, here we have the times, Van Bentum 28.0.
That's fast.
Well done. He may be through.
Yeah.
I think you're right, because I think the winning time in the second race, we'll confirm that later, was a 28. So might be all good. We'll switch for Dutch for a little bit as a way to wrap up this session. Een hele interessante eerste fase van deze derde dag, dames en heren, hier op de International Invitation Cup. We hebben kwartfinales gezien in de A en de B-divisie 1000 meter bij de heren. Het is tijd voor baanpreparatie. Dan zijn we zo terug met natuurlijk nog veel meer grote namen ook op de 1000 meter bij de dames. Well, ladies and gentlemen, time for ice preparation. We'll be off air for a little bit. The stream will continue, and as soon as skaters are back on ice, we will be at our post. back, ladies and gentlemen, for this second round of races on the third day of the International Invitation Cup. We've seen the quarterfinals, 1000 meter for men, and Bram Steenert next to me. There's a lot to talk about there, including a penalty for Shinky Knecht. And that's going to hurt.
Yeah, I don't think he's happy with that.
No, so Knecht has a penalty, Sigel has a penalty. The penalty for Knecht has something to do with changing his lane. That is probably in the fight that he was fighting with Melle van het Woud. We can also conclude in the B division that Itze van Bentum's 28-0 is fast enough to move to the semis. But we move to women's competition, semi-final A division. Race 1, Rianne de Vries, Selma Poutsma, Petra Yazapati, Xandra Velzenboer and Cynthia Masquito. And a great start there by Rianne de Vries. She looked quite feisty yesterday, fighting hard.
And also here there qualifies one fastest third skater. So the races will be fast.
Definitely fast. Yesterday Sandra Velzenboer made a very, very good impression. Behind Susanne Schulting she looked strong. There comes Yazapati to the 4. So now it's the Hungarian leading the 2 Dutch women, the 3 Dutch women. Because
Selma Poutsma on the outside.
Yeah, she, what I heard, has been struggling a little bit with a little bit of illness, but strong here on the outside. A lot better start of the day compared to yesterday for Selma Poutsma.
Xandra Velzenboer now making her move.
But getting a little bit of a hip check from Yazapati. Still the moves on the outside. It's difficult to keep that going on the outside.
Yeah.
And shuffles back to 4th. So the defense of Yazapati worked so far. Masquito in 3rd.
Selma Poutsma still looking strong, leading the pack.
Very, very subtle. Here she leads with Yazapati behind her, but Yazapati's looking. Door closed by Selma Poutsma.
Can one of the Dutch girls still make a move?
Looks like Velzenboer is in trouble here. Rianne de Vries there as well. Yazapati on the inside.
Ooh, nice move by Rianne de Vries.
And maybe, no, doesn't look it. It looks like Selma Poutsma won this one.
But
very good.
There's a fast time. So maybe Rianne de Vries will qualify as fastest third skater.
Maybe, that's possible. We'll keep that in mind. Don't really take notice of these times because Masquito's being given 3rd for us. Now 30.1, keep that in mind, 30.1. So Poutsma 30.0. It's been a very close run race, this one. Very interesting.
And now we will see Susanne. She's looking really strong this weekend.
Yes, in control. I think that's the best way of describing her racing today, or yesterday as well. Fastest of the year, Natalia Malizewska. Very quick, 27.3. Susanne Schulting managed a 27.6 here in Heerenveen a couple of weeks ago. So
I think the race from Malizewska was with the boys, so...
Yeah, so you're in the slipstream, you're continuously helped. As we get ready for this 1000 meter second semi-final. On the inside, Susanne Schulting, next to her, Sileshi Nemeth. And on the outside, goes through into the lead, is that Jara van Kerkhoff. Jara van Kerkhoff in the lead, Schulting in 2nd. That won't bother her too much. Look at this. So much power, so much ease. As if it doesn't even cost her a little bit of energy.
Now the Hungarian skater tries to make a move on the outside.
Trying to fight with Hugo Marchand, the French lady, on the inside still. This is gonna cost a lot of energy for the Hungarian.
Nice tracks from the Dutch ladies, making it very hard to pass.
And it's almost, well, she's definitely not taking it easy, Schulting, but it's looking like it's easy for her. And that's a whole different matter. In 3rd, Hugo Marchand, she had to defend hard from the Hungarian. Can she make a move on Jara van Kerkhoff, who's currently in 2nd? 2nd gives immediate qualification for the final. Schulting doesn't look in trouble
has
at
to
all.
keep up and skate the tracks so the French skater can pass her.
We're nearing the end of this race. Jara van Kerkhoff obviously at her best at the 500 meter. Can she close the door compared to Hua Marchand? There she goes. Wow. Right in front of us, the French lady goes down. Obviously, Schulting wins this one in 29.5. Jara van Kerkhoff second, but how do you call and judge that one? Happened right in front of us.
I think there won't be a penalty. I think the French just fell by herself.
At least we could definitely see Jara van Kerkhoff not moving, staying in her lane, and not using her arms to defend. Short track is a contact sport, but not a full contact sport.
Yeah, but I would be surprised if there would be if there will be a penalty for Jara. I think it was all legal.
30.3, well, 31.5 at least for Gina Jacobs means that we know that third place in the first semi-final should be good enough to move through the final, unless obviously there is an advancement, but we'll have to wait and see about that.
If there's no advancement, it means that Rianne de Vries also qualifies for the A final.
Meaning that it's again a very strong day for Schulting already. She was not at full power here.
We have a penalty
so we
for
know
number 13, Tiffany Marchand, and that's the penalty for in the corner lane change from outside to inside crossing contact.
And there's a penalty for the French skater.
Yeah, from outside to inside, trying to change the lane. Jara van Kerkhoff was there, and she only had herself to blame for that one, apparently. Susanne Schulting through. We know Selma Poutsma is through. Petra Jasapati is through. Jara van Kerkhoff is through. And we assume that Rianne de Vries is through. So that's the interesting lineup there. Then it's time for semi-final time for the men. So Kai Huisman, Stijn de Smet, Xiaoyong Yu, Sven Roes and Itzhak de Laat in this one.
This is interesting.
Yeah. So again, the first two qualify for the final, plus the fastest of the third place finishers. And who takes the lead here? It's to be Kai Huisman, right?
Kai Huisman is leading the pack. Itzhak de Laat now moving up to the front.
It'd be very interesting again to see how good Xiaoyong Yu is in this one. He looks so incredibly comfortable at the moment. Stijn de Smet on the outside makes the move on the Hungarian. But we've seen already that even from fifth position he moves very, very quickly. There's a move on the inside.
Kai Huisman to second place.
Yeah, he was second. He stays second because Stijn de Smet makes the move on the outside.
Nicely done.
So still Hungarian in fourth. When will he make his move?
And also Sven Roes. I think he's going to try to follow Xiaowang when Xiaowang is going to make his move.
And the move is here.
Oh, so easy.
It's one stroke and that's it. Now
and
we see Sven Roes in third. Itzhak de Laat in second, looking at his skates for a minute.
And Sven Roes to second place.
He looks so incredibly strong physically. And he stayed with the Hungarian in the quarterfinal. He does so again in the semi. This is going to be fast finish at least. Looking where the competition is, no problem for Sven Roes in second. Xiaoyong Yu, he takes the win.
Solid race from Sven Roes.
And an interesting plan. He decided early on to stick with the Hungarian and see where the gaps would open up.
Yeah. He also kept his cool while I was in fifth position early in the race. Feeling confident.
Yeah, so Liu, if these times are correct, this is yet again a fast race, even though Liu doesn't lead from the front. If he does, it's probably a bit faster still, but 26.7 is still impressive. Roes 26.7 as well.
I think the Liu brothers are also trying different tactics each race. So when they go to the World Cups, they already practiced different styles of racing.
Yeah, because you can practice and work on your physical form, on your skating abilities, but then race situations, there is only one way to practice that in actual races.
Yeah. Second
semi-final, Shaolin Sanderliu, John Henry Kruger, Jasper Brunsman. Reiner Bertzins and Jens van het Woud. One would assume the two Hungarians are the favorites for this one.
Yeah, let's see if Jens van 't Woud can challenge those Hungarians. But also don't underestimate Jasper Brunsman, because he can make some really nice moves when you don't expect him to make a move.
And he set a 26-0 to get into these semis.
And if you can skate a 26-0, it means that you're not in bad shape.
No. 25-9 for Kruger in the quarterfinal. 25-5 for you. So let's see. Wait and see what happens. It's a little bit of a traffic jam going into the first corner, but it's none of the Hungarians in the lead. I think that's part of the plan. So number 84 takes the lead. That is Jasper Brunsman. Brunsman leads, but the two Hungarians are right behind him. With first and behind him Kruger. So different race plan compared to his brother. And there's Kruger. Whoa. That looked almost as if you expected it to happen. Opened the door just a little bit so that move could be completed by Kruger. And this is what the Hungarians do well, they race as a pack.
Let's see if Jens van 't Woud can make his way up to the front.
There he moves forward. Needed to push to get the exit right. Now in third.
And we know that Shaolin Li was so hard to pass.
He has that easy acceleration. He doesn't have to build it up.
And his tracks, yeah, it just makes it so hard to pass him.
Oh, we've
got
got a
for
fall.
Jasper Brunsman.
We've lost one of the Dutchmen. Makes it
Let's see if Jens can still make a move.
He looks like he's still there. Trying to make a move, but he has to go on the outside. It's not possible. The time will be interesting. We'll have to wait and see for the time, whether or not it will be enough to go directly through to the final, the A final.
Another big role for Reiner Bertzins in this race. But that's not crazy if you skate against these top class athletes.
We have an advance from the first semi-final. Kai Huisman has profited from a penalty for Stijn de Smet. So he gets an advance. We see Jens van 't Woud 28-1, which isn't enough because we know Itzhak de Laat had a 26-9.
No, but since Kai Huisman has an advancement, the third times don't
that
matter
doesn't
anymore.
count. Yeah. So Itzhak de Laat is out because of it.
Yeah.
So Kai Huisman gets the nod for that final position.
So it's Xiaoang Liu, Sven Roos, Shaolin Liu, John Henry Kruger, and Kai Huisman.
Yes, correct. Interesting.
3 Hungarians and 2 Dutchmen in the final.
That's a proper final here in the International Invitation Cup that has attracted a quality field. That's for certain. Time for semi-finals in the women's B division, 1000 meters, with Maya Somodi, Elena Viviani, who made great strides yesterday, Eva Grenouillou, Ariana Valchepina, and Tineke den Dook, the former Dutch skater now turned Belgian. Coaches ready for this one. So it's the first time we see the women's B division in action today. They were out first on Friday morning.
We started with women's.
See what happens here. Grenouillou managed to do a 2:28.5, then Dook 28.6 on Friday. Dependent obviously on how quick races go. By the way, that's the 1500 meters that I'm reading out.
And we see a fall already from Maya Somodi.
That's a painful one. Maya Somodi, who won her quarterfinal on Friday in 1:37.6. Now we've got the correct results in front of us. So the fall there, we'll have to wait and see how the judges adjudicate that one.
For now it's Eva Grenouillou taking the lead.
With the two Italians behind her, with Viviani and Valcepina, as well as Tineke den Doek there, outside making the move. Trying to pass all three of them. There's a lot of movement there. It's Viviani in the lead, Valcepina behind her. Valcepina putting in a lot of effort and making the move up front.
From 4-1, that's nice. Costs a lot of energy, but she made it.
But she timed it well because this race is almost done. And the two Italians up front. First two qualify automatically. Plus one time fastest in case there are no advancements.
Yeah, 1 and 2 for the Italian skaters.
Leisurely start of the race, but a very strong finish here.
Yeah.
From Valcepina. Right, it means that we know that those two Italians are through. There's another two in the next semi-final with Joriati and Elisa Confortola. As well as Chloe Olivier, Bren Acorn and Nikki Noordegraaf, the Dutch woman.
Also a young and talented skater from the RTC based in Dordrecht.
Let's wait and see whether or not there are any penalties handed out in this one. We had the fall, obviously, of Maya Somodi.
Looks like they're not going to review the race, so...
Already adjudicated.
So we continue with the second race of the semi-final.
Right, second of the semi-finals. See Bren Acorn. Finished third in her race, in her quarterfinal. Got that one on pace. Got in on pace.
Now they are reviewing the race.
So the fall of Maya Somodi. Whether or not one of the Italians perhaps had something to do with it, although Tineke den Doek was there as well.
I think Tineke den Doek tried to pass on the outside, but also Maya Somodi last minute decided to go to try and make a move on the outside, and then they had a collision.
And it's a split-second decision, which you have to make when you're fighting like that. In the meantime, the 5 women ready for the second semi-final in the women's B division 1000 meter are lined up.
For the next round for number 22, Maya Somodi.
There's an advancement for Maya Somodi.
We'll keep that in mind, meaning that we aren't fighting for the best third position here.
And this is the start of the second semi-final 1000 meters.
Interesting start here. Good start from Gloria Joriati.
Nikki Noordegraaf leading the pack.
Yeah. These women know there's been an advancement, so you need to be in the top 2.
Yeah. Third place doesn't qualify.
Tall girl, Nikki Noordegraaf, looking very confident here, taking the lead against international opposition, but here come the Italians and the sole French woman, Chloe Olivier, trying to go right around the outside of the Italians.
A lot of passing going on.
Again, that's 27, that's Joriati in second, means that Ilu.
That's close.
Push. Confortola and Joriati. Confortola leads, Joriati second. It was Noordegraaf who made the move. There comes Olivier. This is a good race. Again, moves up front as well, with Joriati there. Now taking the lead from Confortola.
Let's see if Nikki Noordegraaf still has the energy to win 2 spots.
She's done a lot in this race already. Legs are starting to hurt, starting to explode. Here comes Olivier on the inside.
This might
be a chance for Noordegraaf. She's there. She can't really improve on 4th, which means that the Italians take it. Joriati and Confortola.
This was a really exciting race.
Well, everything happened in this one.
Yeah.
I think we saw 7 passes in total.
The fourth place for Nicky Noordegraaf and
Let's wait and see if it was all legal.
But for now, we'll take it. With Yoriati breaking the 36-second mark there, even though we had major fights. Confortola there as well. We move straight on, a full program. We're heading into interesting races here, semi-finals.
Races with a lot of passing are most of the time way harder than just races that go very fast.
Yeah, definitely. Because you're constantly trying to adapt. Huh?
Yeah.
So mentally difficult, but no rhythm.
No rhythm.
Although I can imagine there's a lot of fun there as well.
Yeah, that's the
reason
fun-
you do short track.
That's the fun part of the sport, yeah.
Right, B division semi-finals, 1,000 meters. With Itse van Bentum there. As well as Hugo Bosma, Philippe Daudelin, Marco Giordano. Looking here at Itse van Bentum. Made a good impression early on today. 28-0 was good enough for him to get to this stage of the semis.
Yeah.
And avoid the ranking finals.
Really made some steps this summer. It's van Bentum. Improved a lot.
And also training locally, not part of the main Dutch team, which is important. A lot of talent snapping at the heels, established skaters.
And you see that the skaters who train at the regional teams a lot of times can compete with skaters from national teams from different countries. So that means that also the regional teams already have a really high level.
Which is the second part of why this International Invitation Cup is so important.
Yeah.
To give these skaters a lot of experience against international skaters.
Exactly.
Big program here. It's a long haul, this one. The ice will get a little bit of punishment because we have a whole bunch of ranking finals after this one. A little bit of a delay, but we're about ready to start. With Marco Giordano taking up his position, the man in blue, the Azzurri on the inside.
Sorry, we have 2 penalties. A penalty for the number 4, Ren Korn, and that's for in the straight, push from behind, causing contact. And we have a penalty for the number 25, and that's a penalty for end of straight, illegal late pass and causing contact.
So Acorn and Noordegraaf have just been issued with a penalty following that second semi-final.
Yeah, that's correct.
Doesn't change anything for the net result of who goes through or not. As we have the start of this semi-final.
It's van Bentum taking the lead right away. He knows that also fastest third time qualifies. Now Hugo Bosma already in the lead.
Yeah, making it a fast race immediately. On the outside comes the Canadian, Daudelin, taking the lead. Again, making it look easy. The German, though, sticking his nose in. Passing Van Bentum there. So he's trying to do the same.
Ooh, that's close.
Yeah, he needed to get almost totally upright.
Yeah.
The German
Chalin on the outside. And Hugo Bosma on the inside. Now in the lead.
So Bosman leads, Giordano second.
Nice move by Hugo Bosma.
We saw that earlier, that Bosma is in great form and reads the race really, really well.
Yeah.
Now it's Daudelin in second, Giordano in third, Van Bentum in fourth, and the German in fifth. But for how long? Because a lot of passing again in this one.
Let's see where the German goes. Around the outside.
This is going to cost a lot of energy, and
Oh,
he keeps
got a
it
leg
going.
on the inside.
But there comes Bosma, tries to attack, but he gets passed as well by the German.
Let's see if he can stay him too.
Oh, he gets it because
But
the German...
Van Bentum goes to second position. That's
yeah,
a nice
yeah,
move.
yeah. And this
Great
is
move by Itse Van Bentum.
really nicely done. And it's a shame for Hugo Bosma. He got shuffled back to fourth in the end.
I think he gave a little bit too much energy halfway through the race.
And he couldn't react anymore.
No.
Especially when the German opened up the attack. But interesting race, this one.
I'm really impressed by Itse Van Bentum in this race. Because he qualified as the fastest third and now he's just making it to the A final.
And not so much on pace, but clever racing.
Yeah, nice passes.
Robert Kreutzbergs, Rino van Horen, the Latvian and the Belgian, Pietro Marinelli, Daniel Tibosch and Niels Kingma. One Dutchman, a Hungarian and an Italian, a Belgian and a Latvian. It was the start of a joke or of a European final. Kingma is impressed, huh?
Yeah, he's looking good,
Although
winning
he
the
wasn't
500
happy.
meters.
He wasn't happy after the quarters.
No, but let's hope he reviewed his race, knows what he has to do now. I believe he does have the qualities to make it to the A final.
Penalty in this race for the number 63, Young-Hoon Ben-Jung. And that's the penalty for in this race lane change from inside to outside and thereby causing contact.
And in the last race there's a penalty for the German skater Young-Hoon Ben-Jung.
Well, that's not that strange because he was really aggressive.
Yeah, there were some ambitious moves from him.
Time to look at the final semi-final here in the B division. 5 for the men 1000 meters. Niels Kingma on the outside, not the ideal starting position for sure. But he was through and he definitely puts a lot of energy in to improve his position. Racing there with Van Horen and taking the lead, Kingma. Now it's interesting to see whether or not he keeps the pace up, leaves him vulnerable at the end, or not. Tibosch moves into second.
Pietro Marinelli on the outside.
Trying to get the inside lane, and Tibosch was just in time blocking him off. Marinelli looks strong.
Niels Kingma in control.
This is strong from Kingma. But there is going to be an attack somewhere. What is Kreutzbergs going to do? Kreutzbergs in third now. Marinelli's shuffled back to fourth. Still Kingma in the lead, but he's having to do all the work. He's trying to accelerate a little bit so that he isn't swamped by all of them.
But
there
look.
comes Kreutzbergs on the inside. Oh.
This is nice for Niels Kingma, only 2 laps to go.
Marinelli up to second now. Kreutzbergs nearly collected Kingma. Final lap. Kingma on the inside, Marinelli on the outside, 2 hands on the back, still in the lead, Kingma. But it's close, close. He's going to make it if he keeps it going here. He does.
Great race from Niels Kingma.
Well done, well done.
Just taking the lead, staying out of trouble.
Nicely done by Kingma against Marinelli, Kreutzbergs and Van Horen.
This was the way to do it for him.
And he'll be a lot happier with this race than he was with this quarterfinal.
Yeah, it should be. He can make his way into the A final feeling confident.
Yeah, for certain. Because all of these races will have a final. Just to get as much ice time as you can. Gather some points for the national rankings here in the Invitational Cup, but mostly because this whole event is catered to getting as much preparation for the rest of the season as you can. And this means we'll head towards ranking finals. Ranking finals with the first of the races with Montvoisin, Valchepina, Miauchi, Dalrymple there as well, Ariana Siegel, and Anne-Sophie Bachon.
There's a penalty for Robert Kroesbergs. And an advancement for T-Borgs.
Yeah. So, doesn't affect Kingma, who got that position on merit. First of the ranking finals here with Montvoisin and Valchepina, as well as Dalrymple, the lone Dutch woman there. Been a little bit of an up and down weekend for Dalrymple. Part of that, well, debacle in the relay. She came back into the lane when there was no takeover planned or allowed. So the disqualification followed. In third position, Dalrymple. Voisin taking it easy at the start. Not so much for number 29, for Ariana Siegel. In third, getting past there or not. She tries to make the move as well. Oh, 3 into 1 doesn't go. But she moves.
Coach tells Georgie to make her move.
Bonotter on the sides there, and Dalrymple up to second now. It was a nice move. She had to react really quickly.
And she makes her way to the front.
Yeah, passes Bachon, the Canadian. So Dalrymple looking fairly active and strong here.
Yeah. And although she sometimes has a little bit of difficulties with tactics, she is very strong. So we know she can win races like this.
Now
even with skaters like Montvoisin and Siegel, Valchepina, she can still win these races.
She's leading the pack here, final lap. So she has to remain strong. Is there a possibility to pass or not? The answer is no. It looks like no. Fall at the finish. And Dalrymple passed first. Now
well
we
done.
just have to look at that finish. But tactically, very nicely done.
Yeah, well done. Good race from Georgie Dalrymple.
This will help her confidence a whole lot.
It's always, doesn't matter what race, it's always nice to win your race.
Just eking out the win with 5/100ths of a second for Dalrymple ahead of Bachon, Montvoisin and Kiamia. And there we can already head towards the second of the ranking finals with
Which
Ariana Fontana.
I don't think she's starting.
Oh,
Don't see her on the ice.
It's a wonder that she's there. I mean, she's had an up and down weekend.
Yeah.
Ariana Fontana, Olympic champion, obviously, multiple Olympic medals. Apart from what she's achieved in Europeans and Worlds.
Yeah, one of the best female short track speed skaters ever.
But soundly beaten yesterday by Schulting.
Yeah,
And that must have hurt.
the new generation.
If we can call Schulting the new generation as a reigning Olympic champion.
Yeah, she's the one to beat now.
She's the boss of the field.
Let's see what Michelle Velzenboer can do.
And interesting to see what Vankova does. She nearly exploded yesterday. She went with Schulting. She tried to lead her out on the 1500 and needed a whole bottle of oxygen, it seemed, after the race. But a lot of credit to the Czech woman, because she tried. Did not accept being beaten. Did not take it lying down. Second start. And we're off. In the lead, it is, well, I wanted to say the Dutch woman, but that's not the case, not Michelle Velzenboer. We have the French woman there. It's Levesque leading out. Ahead of Velzenboer, Michelle Velzenboer, part of the regional skating there as well. As we see Vankova in the back. Levesque comes up. Sarah Lukak Bashai, the Hungarian, in the middle of the pack.
Gwendoline now taking the lead.
So the two French women there together. Daudet and Levesque.
And Sarah Luca Baksai making a move to the third position. Vankova on the outside.
She definitely has a lot of power, Vankova, and uses that power here. On the outside. Moves up to maybe second. Whoa.
Ooh, this is costing a lot of energy. Oh, and a fall.
Yeah, and she was taken along for the ride, Vankova.
And now Michelle Velzenboer is making her way to the front.
So we lost there Levesque and Vankova. Velzenboer leads.
Looking strong. She will win this race.
Sometimes it just has to open up a little bit like that. So Vankova put in a lot of effort, but kept on the outside, couldn't slot back in.
Yeah.
And there's the victory for Velzenboer.
I think the referees will have a look at the fall.
Well, an interesting race at least. Velzenboer struggled in the opening phase. Then had to fight hard and be clever to avoid the crash in front of her.
Yeah. Rule number 1, stay on your feet.
And obviously they're going to look at this finish, but 34.8 in the end for Velzenboer. Not slow.
Oh, that's a decent time.
So incredibly dependent on how the race unfolds in front of you. Unless you decide to make the race yourself, but then the end is going to be tough either way. Vankova back on her feet as well. Can she hope for anything? Well, it doesn't really matter in this ranking final. There's no advancement or anything on the line. But still, not the nicest way to finish off your day.
No.
On the ice. And into the boarding. Again, skaters on ice here for the ranking finals with Felix Roussel, as well as Sam Green. Sam Green was very active yesterday and very aggressive. Canadian.
And we have a penalty in this race for the number 10, Petra Vankova, and that is for in the corner, Art Walker.
Penalty for Petra Vankova, who was going on the outside.
And coming back in, leaving no room, basically. In this field as well, Navarro, we haven't seen much of the Frenchman. Saw him once yesterday, wasn't part of any of the relays as well. Lutke there, as well as Cassinelli. So a truly international field for this one.
Yeah. 2 Canadians, 2 Italians, Frenchman and a German.
Interesting race coming up here.
To be honest, I expected a little more from Lucas Spechenhauser this weekend.
He featured only once yesterday,
Yeah.
really fighting up front, and he wasn't the most lucky guy then, but he looked spent halfway through the race yesterday. Let's see what we can expect from him now. Spechenhauser in the middle of the field. I have to try this one again. A lot of false starts today. Second try at this ranking final. With Roussel on the inside, but he'll lose the lead immediately. It's Lutke who takes the lead. Lutke ahead of, is that Spechenhauser? I guess so.
A Canadian moving his way up to first place.
Nice move. And now see whether or not he can stay there. It's Felix Roussel.
It's also interesting to see what the second Italian can do, Andrea Cassinelli, because he won the Italian Championships last week.
It's straight down to Heerenveen.
Yeah.
From them.
And Lutke still leading.
A lot of overtakes in this race. There comes Cassinelli up to 5th.
Now Tristan Navarro in the lead.
The French had a difficult weekend so far, with Thomas as well.
Yeah.
But he's leading, the Frenchman. Ahead of Lutke.
It's a race with a lot of big and strong guys.
Good move by both Italians there.
Yeah, making
Inside
their way
and
up.
outside. Lutke staying on his feet, but barely so.
And now Lucas Pechenhauser in the lead. Nice. That's a nice move.
Very, very well thought out. There comes the second Italian on the inside.
That was
very
close.
late move. That was a little bit of a hope and a prayer that
Yeah.
he gets enough room from Navarro, and he did. So the two Italians win this one.
And we have the first place for Lucas Speckenhausen. The second place, Andrea
That was the most positive we've seen Speckenhauser race.
Yeah.
The fourth place.
Hope it will give him some confidence again.
On the fifth place, Felix Roussel. And on the sixth place, Adrian Luske.
With keeping the Italian champion behind him in this one.
Yeah.
28-8. Not too bad. Second of the ranking races for the gentlemen here. With Giassapati, Tommaso Dotti as well. Alexandre Mignet. Teun Boer is there as well, as is. And that's a little bit of a surprise, although he's been struggling a little bit all weekend. Sébastien Le Pape.
Yeah, also not expected a little more from him as well. But then again, the field is so close to each other. All the skaters are, every year you see the level from every skater going up, and it's, well, Sébastien Le Pape isn't the youngest skater anymore, so it's hard for him to keep up as well. But then, his experience gives him an advantage.
You also see tendency towards a slightly shorter, more nimble skater, more flexible, and Le Pape is not that. Not anymore as he gets older, less flexible every year.
Yeah, and he's also one of the big and strong guys.
Part of a combined Dutch-French relay yesterday.
Yeah. It's nice if you are being pushed by him.
Yeah. To get a little bit of a whiplash from Sébastien Le Pape. Didn't feature in the mixed relay. Not so strange. But, yeah, it's been not the best start of the season for Le Pape. Years are going to count. And this is the way for everybody. 75. Listen in.
Attention, we have a penalty in place for the number 74, Andrea Cassinelli. And it's a penalty for in the straight lane change from inside to outside and causing contact.
So there's a penalty for Andrea Cassinelli for the move he made in the last corner.
The hope and a prayer.
Yeah.
Yeah. The move on Navarro. Right. Let's race. Or let's do a false start. A feature of the day. We're off, finally. Who takes the lead? It's the Hungarian here. So that is, in this case, Petr Giassapati taking the lead. He's got the Canadian behind him, Mignet. Where's Teun Boer? He's in fourth, with Le Pape behind him. Has to be special racing Le Pape in this case for Teun Boer. Tries it on the outside with Tommaso Dotti. While there's a move on the inside by Mignet. And on the outside, Boer. Whoa. That was speculative, but he makes it stick. He makes it stick.
It's nicely done.
Teun Boer taking the lead.
Now the Canadian taking over again right away.
And Dotti struggling a little bit behind. Le Pape in fourth.
The two most experienced skaters in 3 and 4 now. Oh, nice move by Dotti.
And the door just briefly opened by Teun Boer. The problem you'll have is you cannot close every door, even if somebody isn't attacking, because you lose so much speed. There, a little bit of pushing and shoving. Teun Boer trying to capitalize.
And Dotti making his way up to the front.
Signature inside move in this corner. There
Teun
comes
Boer.
Teun Boer. Crossing nicely, Mignet.
Last
Back
lap.
up to second. There comes Le Pape from fifth to third, maybe.
Yeah.
Teun Boer still in second. Can he hold off Le Pape for the finish? He can, but it's Dotti who takes the win. Lovely race.
Nice race. A lot of passing. And a lot of clean passing, I think.
Yeah. But that move from Teun Boer was something else. made the move very early on and then had to accept that it was going to be a little bit critical.
Yeah.
But he made it stick. You cannot back out at that point. You've
No.
committed.
Then you have to make the way. You have to make your way all the way to first place.
Quite often in any race, if you're committed, you can get through. If you start wavering, there's a problem. Dotti wins ahead of Boer and Le Pape. Interesting ranking final as we head into the next one with Barbara Somoji, Femke de Boer, Victoria Garot, the Canadian, as is Belly, Anna-Claire Belly, Suze Kingma and Beatrice Delorme. So 3 Canadian women and 2 Dutch women and the Hungarian lady in lane 1, Somoji, on the inside lane. Are they going to review any of those moves?
Yeah. I see Gjeld Biesma checking the race.
Slowly but surely the ice is taking a beating in this very long session with a lot of ranking finals.
Yeah, a lot of races in this block.
No spectators in the stands, basically because this is such an important Olympic season, and this is the kickoff internationally. There wasn't a chance that the organizers were going to take a risk with these skaters that are lining up for an Olympic season. This is the reason why we have no spectators on the stands for this one. A lot of COVID measures in the hall as well.
There's a lot to review for the referees in this last race.
Well, there were a lot of highlights as well.
Yeah.
A lot happened. I wonder if the Dutchman will get a penalty for that move. Doubt it, but you never know. The second move he made. Yeah. And this is part of short track, having to wait while you're primed to go.
Yeah, and sometimes those decisions can take quite long.
Let's listen in. If there is a penalty.
We have a penalty for the number 55, Alexander Meunier, for off track.
So there's a penalty for the Canadian, Alexandre Meunier, because he went off track inside the blocks.
Right. Time to go racing again. Barbara Somoji on the inside with Femke de Boer, Victoria Garot, Belly, Kingma and Delorme.
Let's see if Suze Kingma can follow the great example of her brother Niels Kingma,
who had a great race earlier. Through to the final in the B division. Straight off, one start only, that's nice. There's a little bit of rhythm in the
and a fall. No, there's gonna be 2 starts anyway.
Yeah. I jinxed it. Curse of the commentator. Who fell in the end?
Suze Kingma.
Luckily not high speed.
Just loosen and tighten the skates real quick.
Just to take tension off?
Yeah. And checking if the blade is not broken or stripped.
De wachter is there as well. Daan Kos and Stan Rijks in the first race. Great to see the stream back up. Just the victory of Somoji missed the images for us, but we're back with this International Invitation Cup.
This is interesting. We see a French skater on the ice, but he's not on our starting list.
No. Maybe he's been added. Who is it? Can we pick him out? Is it Tom? Huh? No.
No.
Well, we'll try and figure out who it is. The name of the game today is anyway. Is getting as many races in as we can. Is it Van Béchien? Van Béchien, number 62?
Yeah,
Has
it's
to be.
yes.
Yeah.
Arthur van Béchien.
Well, we figured it out. Right. Van Béchien, Blackburn, de wachteren, Kos en Stan Rijksen.
Well, it looks like Arthur van Béchien took Emilian Blackburn's place because he's not on the ice.
4 skaters in any case. And that's the main thing. Van Béchien looking around. A little bit of confusion compared to the official start list here. You can see the referees looking confused as well. But still, we're racing.
Daan Kos in the lead.
Again, one of the regional skaters.
Slow start, so it's going to be a tactical race.
And it's a penalty for the number 42, Femke de Boer, for in the straight lane change from outside to inside cross to contact.
As we hear, there's a penalty for Femke de Boer.
Yes.
Van Béchien making the move to the front. Second, still. Erstwhile leader, Daan Kos. Behind him, Adrien de Wachteren.
Daan Kos leading the pack again.
Béchien not fighting that one too hard.
And it's Blackburn not starting.
So, Kos leads. Ahead of Van Béchien de Wachteren. In fourth, it's Stan Rijksen.
Daan Kos looking good.
Rijksen looking to make a move. If he can. Pace is heating up.
Daan Kos accelerating. Building speed.
Nicely run race as de Wachteren makes the move on Béchien. Nicely done and nicely timed as well, but this helps Kos immensely.
Can Adriaan de Wachteren still catch up and make the move?
Rijksen looks at Van Béchien. Still Kos in the lead, he's gonna hold on. He's going to hold on or not.
Close finish.
I think he just held on.
And it's first place, Daan Kos, second place.
Nicely done by Daan Kos.
And the third place was Etienne Paquet.
In fact, Arthur Van Béchien was slated to be in the second race on the entry list.
Yeah. So he has to go again now.
It's Bastier. It's in our official result.
Oh yeah.
Bastier. Well, not on our starting list, but he's in third. So. No harm, no foul. As we move into the final ranking race before ice preparation and a little bit of a longer break for this one. But Daan Kos did really well. A little bit of a nod of the head. Looks quite content with this race, and he should be.
Yeah.
Six here, Chris Breider. Alongside Van Bestien, Warren van Damme and Stijn Koops. Final race of this opening segment, the first half of the day here. This third day in the International Invitation Cup.
One of the referees still having a discussion with an Italian coach.
interesting. We haven't seen an Italian in both races. So wait and see as we get this race started. On the inside lane, it's Chris Breider.
So there's again a Frenchman on the line who is not on our starting list. It's Arthur van Bessien.
No, he is on the starting list.
But there's another Frenchman.
Yeah. So this is 57. We'll figure it out at some point. 57.
So we started with the last race of this ranking final with Chris Breider, Arthur van Bessien, Bart van Damme, Sven Kops and Thomas Thomas.
As Boom is looking it up, we see that we have a Dutchman in the lead. That has to be Chris Breider, and it is. The two Frenchmen behind him. We see in fourth, Bart van Damme, and in fifth, Stijn Koops.
So it's Taran Thomas with 57 and number 62, Arthur van Bessien.
Well, we're there, and so are they. Thomas had a difficult day yesterday.
Yeah.
Didn't really look confident at all.
But over the past few seasons, he really made a lot of improvements. Now, Chris Breider looking strong.
Still in the lead. Great move from Van Bessien. But Van Damme comes straight back at him. So the Belgian and the Frenchman have a big fight on their hands. In fifth, it's still Stijn Koops.
Let's see if Chris Breider can hold on for one more lap. A lot of pressure from Taran Thomas. Ooh, nice block.
Yeah, and there's Van Bessien, and this helps Breider out. And this means he's going to win.
Nice race from Chris Breider.
Winning against international competition, this is what it's all about for these guys.
Yeah. That will give him a good feeling.
But won't help Thomas' confidence. That's for certain.
We have the first place for Chris Breider, the second place Arthur van Bessien.
Well, that concludes the opening phase of this third and final day in the International Invitation Cup. After a lengthy break of about 15 minutes, including ice preparation, we are ready to go for A and B finals. It's going to be a lot of fun in the 1000 meters before we head towards the relay finals. Ja, dames en heren, we hebben zojuist dus de ranking finals gehad in de halve finales. Een lang blok van 1000 meters. En na de break van ongeveer 50 minuten zijn we rond de klok van 11:30, Nederlandse tijd gewoon, ook weer terug voor de A-finales. Het gaat het heel spannend worden. A- en B-finales, 1000 meter. Mooie groep van wedstrijden daar. Hoe dan ook, we gaan heel even kort eruit.
There's one, I just got a text from Shinky. His penalty was not on, his penalty in the quarterfinal, 50,000 meter was not on, not during his battle with Melle van 't Woud, but on the Latvian skater in the last lap.
Dus de penalty van Shinky Knecht is ook daarmee een beetje geduid. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading into a short break of about 15 minutes. We'll be back as soon as the skaters are as well back on this live stream in 50 minutes.
Spelers van Nederlandse Loterij, bedankt voor de ruim 168 miljoen die jullie bij elkaar hebben gespeeld. Voor sport en beweging, voor Nederland. 168 miljoen. Spelers, bedankt.
Niels en Eve gaan voor een lagere energierekening. En dat begint met isoleren. Glaswol, kitten, toch strips. Andere andersom. En dicht. Oh, ja, bam. Isolatie. Je krijgt het er warm van.
Yo, deur dicht. Mijn huis duurzaam maken? Ik kan het.
Gamma.
Tragitol, snelle pijnstiller bij beginnende keelpijn. Het stilt snel de pijn en doodt bacteriën en virussen die keelpijn veroorzaken. In het oranje-paarse doosje.
heel erg mee bezig. De bedoeling is ook wel dat het echt beter is. Je kan, als je 1 op 1 stuurt, ging het goed. Als je bijvoorbeeld in het 15 aanklikte, en dan moet je wel vast. Maar dat is een gekke knop hoor. Weet je, het wordt wel steeds geavanceerder. Maar ja, ja. Nee, maar dat kan wel bijvoorbeeld dat jij een bepaalde smartphone hebt waar een bepaalde component in zit.
Spelers van Nederlandse Loterij, bedankt voor de ruim 168 miljoen die jullie bij elkaar hebben gespeeld. Voor sport en beweging, voor Nederland. 168 miljoen. Spelers, bedankt.
Niels en Eve gaan voor een lagere energierekening. En dat begint met isoleren. Glaswol, kitten, tochtstrips, andersom. En dicht. Oh, ja, bam. Isolatie. Je krijgt het er warm van.
Yo, deur dicht. Mijn huis duurzaam maken? Ik kan het.
Gamma.
Spelers van Nederlandse Loterij, bedankt voor de ruim 168 miljoen die jullie bij elkaar hebben gespeeld. Voor sport en beweging, voor Nederland. 168 miljoen. Spelers, bedankt. Spelers van Nederlandse Loterij, bedankt voor de ruim 168 miljoen die jullie bij elkaar hebben gespeeld. Voor sport en beweging, voor Nederland. 168 miljoen. Spelers, bedankt.
Ik heb het gezegd, ik moet er 2 voorbehoud van specs in plaats
Welcome back in this third day, on this third day of the International Invitation Cup 2021. Live stream here for Schaatsen.nl and the KNSB. And it's time to get ready for A and B finals in both the A and B divisions for the 1000 meter. Next to me, Bram, it's going to be a very interesting one. And will Susanne Schulting succeed in winning every race she competes in?
If I saw her semi-final, I would say yes.
Yeah, she's been probably the most impressive skater, male or female, here this weekend. Although the Liu brothers might have something to say about that. Schulting is of a very, very high level at the beginning of the season, and now is the question: is this her? How far of her peak is she? Has she extended her peak a little bit further again?
Well, I think she's good now, but she can still make a small step towards the Olympics.
And that will be necessary as well as we get ready for the women's final. B final here in the A division. Cynthia Mosquito, Sandra Velzenboer, Kina Jacobs and Rebecca Sileggi Nemeth are here. And it is Sandra Velzenboer who takes the lead. She looked very feisty, very racy yesterday. Today has been a little bit more difficult. It was a difficult semi-final that she participated in earlier today. But now she's taken the lead ahead of the Italian. Mosquito in second, Gina Jacobs in fourth, and in between it's Rebecca Sileggi Nemeth, who is able to make the move. A lot of people have commented that Sandra Velzenboer, at least in terms of strength, is able to keep up with Schulting. And there is some belief there as well, it seems, from Sandra Velzenboer.
Yes, she feels very confident in the trainings too. And let's see if she can start medaling on World Cups maybe.
Yeah, and then gain some momentum, heading hopefully for her into the Olympics. Still leading this B final. Mosquito hasn't been able to make a move at all. As we see Sileggi Nemeth started on the outside, now in third. Gina Jacobs cannot stay with her.
Xandra's still going strong in the lead, with only one lap to go.
Strong race so far. A fast race perhaps as well. We'll have to wait and see to get a better understanding of the time if Sandra Velzenboer can bring this one home. Final lap, no attack yet, or is it at the finish? She closes the door, and so we have the time. Well, we think we have the time of 1:32.5. We'll have to wait and see what the time is. There is at least a victory for Velzenboer and a very well-controlled race.
She led every meter of this race, so
nothing to complain.
No.
Nothing.
Job done.
Yeah, job done, and now able to look forward in terms of the rest of the day to the relay, possibly. We will see her again. We'll definitely now move forward to the A final in the A division with Susanne Schulting, Selma Poutsma, Petra Jassapati, Rianne de Vries, and Yara van Kerkhoff. 5 women here competing for the victory. But only one clear favorite, and we're having her in the middle of the screen here, Susanne Schulting. 1000 meter, definitely the distance that fits her really, really well. Although there are a few distances that she doesn't enjoy skating. And
I think she's going for a triple gold on the Olympics.
And that's just in short track skating. We don't know what she's going to do in long track as well.
Yeah.
But that would be history in the making if she manages to do that. We're gonna listen in with the A final here.
On start position 1, Susanne Schulting.
Susanne Schulting, not in a full arena here, but still a little bit of applause as well from the skaters, as it should be. Selma Poutsma starting from the second position, then Petra Jassapati, Rianne de Vries is next up.
Start position 4, Rianne de Vries.
In fifth, Yara van Kerkhoff, Olympic medalist in her own right. Let's not forget Yara van Kerkhoff. Position, starting positions taken. 4 Dutch women and 1 Hungarian in the middle, Petra Jassapati. And so we're off, and the start looks confident from Schulting. Jasapati on the outside tries, but no, it's one of the other Dutch ladies taking the lead. Is that Rianne de Vries? It looks like
Yes, Rianne de Vries in the front.
But Schulting definitely not too bothered, as we have another move from Jasapati. They're trying to make this a very tough but tactical race. And now it's going to be interesting, because we haven't seen Schulting in third position or lower that often this weekend. Can she stay calm and make her move when it counts?
It's important that she gets comfortable in a lot of different positions, so she doesn't panics when at the World Cups, for example, she's in 5th.
Still in 3rd here. So clearly simply following what happens in front of her with Petra Jasapati and Rianne de Vries. De Vries with 35. There is the
Building
move for
speed.
Schulting on the outside with de Vries, but hasn't gotten it done completely. So still moving up. This is strong.
Nice.
Keeps going, keeps accelerating on the
And
outside.
also Selma Bousma goes around the outside.
Yeah, has gone out around the outside of Rianne de Vries. Tries it again with Jasapati. Makes the move on the inside now, but couldn't get
Nice
it done.
block.
Really well done, and look at the advantage that Schulting has in this A final. Now moving at full speed, and the battle behind her is raging for second with Jasapati holding off the 3 Dutch women. But the victory for Schulting.
Easy race for Susanne.
Yeah, that looked more than a little comfortable, and the smile says it all. From 3rd position, just waiting, looking at an option. Went on the outside, went for difficult overtake, but she has the power, she has the clear overtaking ability now compared to the rest of the field. And the only one breaking the 90-second mark here is Schulting after a sort of a sluggish start, still a good time.
One powerful effort and she was gone.
Yeah, that says enough. Susanne Schulting wint dus hier de A-finale. Zojuist, dames en heren, we switchen even naar het Nederlands. Schulting wint de A-finale 1000 meter. Goed gereden ook van Rianne de Vries en Selma Poutsma. Poutsma die toch nog een hele mooie move maakte. Maar we gaan gauw weer terug naar het Engels. Want internationale stream, internationaal toernooi. So, we leave the Division A finals for the women's 1000 meter behind us, and we move to the men. Division A with Itzhak de Laat, Jens van het Woud, Reiners Bertins and Jasper Brunsman. We do not see Shinky Knecht here, and just before the break we got a little bit more information on what happened with Shinky and why he got the penalty. Bram, he sent you a text, you've spoken to him. It was not on following an attempted overtake on his countryman, but it was probably on Reiners Bertins that he got the penalty for.
Yeah.
So no Shinky Knecht here. We see him there standing alongside the rest of the short track skaters watching along.
Dan and Shinky talking with Dennis Visser, one of the important track stewards.
Constantly in movement, getting all the blocks back where they belong. Right. B final, A division. Itzhak de Laat, Jens van het Woud, Reiners Bertins and Jasper Brunsman. 3 Dutchmen and the Latvian. The Latvian seems to have the better start, takes the lead.
Jasper Brunsman around the outside.
Meaning that this could be quite a fast race, at least from Brunsman's point of view. Although this is not ultimate pace yet. We'll start building now with Brunsman and the Latvian Bertins taking over on the outside. Can he slot back in? No. He does in the end.
Jens van het Woud making his move around the outside all the way to 1st position.
Oh, that's one big move. Strongly done by Van 't Woud.
Let's see if he can negative split it to the finish.
But now he has Bertins behind him. But mid-corner seems to be able to create a little bit of a gap, meaning that Bertins has to put in extra effort to come back to him, close up the gap there, as they are together to force him. Jens van 't Woud in the lead, a little bit of a move behind.
Accelerating.
So it's close.
Itzhak de Laat moves up to 2nd position.
Yeah, he made the move from 4th to 3rd and now up to 2nd. Itzhak de Laat, we'll see him later as well in the relay. Can he make a move for victory, or is it going to be Jens van Wout? There is the move from Itzhak de Laat, and he can't.
That's close.
He tried to block him, and Itzhak de Laat takes it in the end. If there is a penalty applied, we're definitely not advocating for one. I wonder who would get it in this situation.
Yeah, that's a close call.
Itzhak de Laat made the move. It looked like Jens van Wout kept the door open and then closed it quite late.
Yeah.
It's incredibly difficult to react late on in a race. And you saw that with Van Wout. De Laat crosses the line in first ahead of Bertins, Brunsman and Van Wout, all dipping below the 128 mark. So fast enough this race.
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait and see what judges have to say about this one.
But for now, you see Sven Roos and Kai Huisman. You're gonna have to take it up against 3 Hungarians.
Is there a bit of a race plan now together to beat the 3 Hungarians? Or is it all for one?
There's one thing you shouldn't do if you skate against the Lius, and that's if the Lius skating 1 and 2, it's gonna be really hard to pass them because they can skate their tracks as well, maybe the best of the whole short track field. So you have to try to sit in between the Lius or in front of them. But then again, they're also masters at making their moves.
And a very interesting part of short track, and a good sign in terms of short track, is that more and more sponsors are being attracted to the sport. Look at the legs of the Liu brothers. They're definitely figuring out how to make money.
And there was a penalty for Itzhak de Laat.
Right, so he gets the penalty, meaning that he doesn't win.
No.
The B final. A little bit of relaxation there at the start, a little bit of smiling and joking around.
On top position 1, Xiaoyang Liu.
Right, we have the official presentation with Xiaoyang Liu. Sven Roos, who's made a terrific impression today.
Yeah, he looks strong.
On top position 3, Xiaolin Sander Liu.
Xiaolin Sander Liu in 3rd position, and his countryman John Henry Kruger in 4th position.
Olympic medal winner in Pyeongchang for USA. Now Hungary.
Must have been so painful for the American team. And Kai Huisman, the 5th skater in this A final.
Improved a lot over the summer because it's his first year in the Dutch national team.
And in this A final, it's a big achievement for him. Let's see what he can do from the outside.
A false start.
And it looked to be Sven Roos.
Yes.
Eager enough, it seems, to get a little bit of a head start over the Liu brothers.
I think that would be fair.
So a little bit of joking around on Instagram between them, with Liu taking a selfie with Sven Roos's car, but not with Sven Roos at all. Good atmosphere in this International Invitation Cup. We line up for the 2nd try. And this time we get off cleanly, and we stay sort of in position with Xiaoyang Liu making the early running, but is that Kruger who moves forward? It seems to be.
Sven Roos, very good, taking the lead. Kai Huisman making his way up to the front.
Yeah, maybe this could be an interesting plan. Keep attacking and see where it leads you. Because if you let them take the reins in this race, the Liu brothers, as well as John Henry Kruger, it's a whole different proposition. Still orange in the lead, but not for long, as we have a move by John Henry Kruger, taking the lead, the 2 Liu brothers in behind. But this is not a position they're not comfortable with.
Sven Roos around the outside again. Pace is not too high yet.
Moving into 2nd. He's been very clever today, following the Liu brothers.
Xiaoyang Liu now accelerating around the outside. Sven Roos blocked by John Henry Kruger.
And this is where the Hungarian team play comes into play, because there's Liu on the outside, but he can't make the move just yet. Roos.
Ooh, Xiaolin Liu making a nice inside pass.
But he overshot it a little bit. Now he's through into 2. Second position for him. John Henry Kruger still leading. Roos into third. There tolls the bell.
Xiaolin Liu now in first position, taking over John Henry Kruger.
Roos.
Xiaowang Liu passing Sven.
Yeah, this is a masterclass in overtaking from the Hungarian team. Roos not happy, but he was strong enough to stay with them. He can't defend. This is overtaking 101.
Yeah, this was class performing from the Hungarians, but also Sven Roos still looking strong, because if you can compete with those guys will go for the medals in the World Cups and also the Olympics. So if you can battle with them, you know you're doing good.
Same goes for Huisman. Really took it to them. Try to make something out of this race.
Yeah.
And learn as much as you can from racing with world-class skaters. Immediately, we have new skaters on ice with Eva Grenouillou, Chloe Olivier, and Tineke den Dolk. It's the B final in the women's B division, ready to go. Starting here in first position, Eva Grenouillou. Tineke den Dolk, racing for Belgium.
Also won the European relay title for the Dutch team.
Yeah, but made her move to race in Belgium. A different sort of atmosphere, different way of approaching the sport. In second here, but we'll have to try that again. Later on in the B final, the A final in the women's B division, we have a mini Italian championship with Volchepina, Viviani, Ioriati and Confortola, and Maya Somodi, the lone Hungarian there. 4 finals to come, including this one. And we're off. A little bit of a sluggish start by den Dolk. She's quite a bit taller than both French ladies.
Let's see if she can beat the French bulk.
Yeah, because now they're able to work together. Grenouillou in the lead, Chloe Olivier in second. Completely in sync there for a moment. Beautiful shot. And it's very clear that these French women, these athletes, train together, if you see them.
Den Dolk making her move around the outside.
And can she make it stick? Oh, nicely done. And she immediately goes on the inside. That's a textbook maneuver. Outside, inside, double pass for den Dolk. That was nicely done.
And now let's see if she can hold off the 2 French girls.
Perfectly executed. On the outside now. Ooh,
nice
skates,
tracks.
yeah. But there comes Grenouillou. Late block by den Dolk. So the pressure's mounting on the Belgian with Dutch roots. There's again the move and again the block. Now on the outside. She's been crowded, den Dolk, and Olivier takes the lead. Grenouillou still trying. This means that den Dolk cannot go full out. She'll have to hang on. But it's definitely Olivier who's going to win this one. And look at den Dolk. She looks spent, she's tired. Finishes in second.
Chloe Olivier taking the win. Nice race from her.
And a couple of good moves.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting racing in this B final, B division. Won by Chloe Olivier. As we head into that mini Italian championship round.
Let's see if Maya Somodi can beat those Italians.
And this is also important for the, let's say, the hierarchy in the team.
Yeah.
If you've got a bunch of your teammates around you, you definitely do not want to lose to them.
So there's also friendship, as we can see.
And you'll need each other this season. Not only in the relay.
Yeah, definitely also in the training.
right. A little bit of joking around again. Early pushing. Let's hope they all stay upright.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final 1,000 meters for women B.
On the inside lane,
On start position 1, Ariana Valcepina.
you hear the speaker announcing Ariana Valcepina. Alongside her, she'll find Elena Viviani, who was so good in the 500 meters. Gloria Ioriati is the next one up.
On start position 3, Gloria Ioriati.
And the fourth Italian is Elisa Confortola.
On start position 4, Elisa Confortola.
And the fifth position, the odd one out, Maya Somodi.
And on start position 5, Maya Somodi.
Let's see if we can get this one off the line cleanly without a second start. And we do. Now we hope that they don't fall in the first corner.
All good.
Well, they've definitely decided to not go all out, probably with the relay back in the back of the head, but Somodi hasn't got the memo, and she goes and will try to stay in front, but with the whole Italian team behind her, it's going to be difficult for her. She's going to be ganged up on.
She's a big talent because she's still very young. I believe she's still a B junior.
Which means that there's plenty of time for her, time to grow, although she's making the most of this one. So Modi's still leading.
And now Gloria Ioriati making her move around the outside up to first position. Elisa Confortola also passing Maya Somodi.
Who is indeed a B junior, is now in the middle of a very Italian sandwich. But Ioriati in the lead, most compact of the Italian skaters. Still leading, and so Modi making a move, but same goes for Valcepina tried to move forward, and Somodi's being pushed back. One of the Italian skaters in trouble, two in trouble.
Big battle with Gloria Ioriati and Elisa Confortola for the win.
Confortola on the outside, Ioriati on the inside, making it. Oh, there she goes.
For Elisa Confortola.
She hits the wall quite hard, but in the end, I don't think she's that hurt. Ioriati takes the victory in a very topsy-turvy race with a lot happening. And a move by Confortola on the outside. She kept on going and going, and she lost her balance.
Interesting to see
how they fought and fought. Well, there's been contact there between the two Italians. We've got Ioriati, Viviani and Somodi.
Moving on to the B final in the men's B division.
Yes, with Hugo Bosma, Marco Giordano and Rino van Horen. Here we see Bosma, not part of the Dutch national team, but nonetheless a very good skater.
Yeah, very talented as well.
And he's really shown this weekend that he's grown over the last summer. Definitely doing well. Bit of a delay as they're reviewing that final and that move between Confortola possibly and the other Italian Ioriati, although there was a little bit of pushing and shoving with Valcepina earlier in the lap.
Yeah, with Valcepina and Viviani, I believe.
Yeah, Somodi was caught up in that as well. Let's listen in. penalty.
No.
So we can get on with it in this B final in the B division for the men. 1000 meter with Hugo Bosma on the inside lane. The lone Dutchman here with the Italian and the Belgian. Rino van Horen. It's been a little bit of an up and down weekend as well for the Belgian team.
Yeah.
As we see a tactical race being planned by these three. In the lead, Hugo Bosma. And we're definitely not at top speed. You can see plenty to spare here.
None of these guys will skate a personal best in this race.
As so often is the case in the final. And it's just about positions.
Number 97, Hugo Bosma on the lead.
Still Bosma in the lead, but all three haven't wasted their energy. Move from the Italian. Giordano taking over, and immediately the race ignites.
Accelerating a little bit now.
Outside, opening the door a little bit, and there is Bosma. Oh, late move, very late move. I think he was surprised that the door opened up on him, but he went for it. And
Rino van Horen blocked by Marco Giordano.
Yeah, had to get up and now try to accelerate again, but this is a large gap to close down as we head into the final lap of this B final B division.
Bosma still leading.
Looking, where is the Italian attack gonna come from? But good victory.
Nice tracks from Hugo Bosma in the last few laps.
Second place for Marco Giordano and the third place for Rino.
So often it's about that one little moment,
Yeah.
one brief moment, a few seconds, where you can make or break your race. But a good victory once again here for Hugo Bosma. And as we said, not the fastest race we'll see today, or have seen today. Doesn't matter one bit. As we move into the final of this 1000 meter block. The A final, men's B division, 1000 meter. With Philippe Daudelin in the first position.
But there's a penalty for Hugo Bosma, unfortunately, because his pass was too late. He changed his lane from inside to outside and got a penalty.
So no victory for Hugo Bosma means that Marco Giordano picks up that final victory. Right, we've gotten that out of the way. Unfortunate for Bosma. But let's get ready for this final with Philippe Daudelin, Itse van Bentum, Niels Kingma, Pietro Marinelli and Daniel Tibosch. Tibosch, who's been added to this final. So a little bit of attention to the ice, although we'll have ice preparation after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final
Both the Dutchmen
100
looked
for the men B.
very good in their semi-finals.
On top position 1, Philippe Daudelin. On top position 2,
Well, we've
Itse van Bentum.
already seen Daudelin. Here Itse van Bentum, who definitely looked very strong.
Niels Kingma.
As did Niels Kingma. Not happy with his quarterfinal, very happy he should be with his semi. Pietro Marinelli.
Getting the support from the Italians.
Daniel Tibosch.
And Daniel Tibosch.
Silence at the start, please.
And we're off, and Van Bentum takes the lead. Kingma in second, although he tries to get second. Daudelin still there.
Now Kingma out to the front, but also Pietro Marinelli on the outside, on his way to first place.
Yeah, takes the lead from Kingma, although Kingma fights back, can't get the position back. Daudelin in third, Van Bentum in fourth, Tibosch in fifth.
All back together. 1 second to go.
Looking. searching for a way forward, as does Van Bentum, making the move on Dodelin into third.
Teamwork now from position 5 to 4.
Still the Italian Marinelli in the lead. Kingma tries it and
Nice
makes
move.
it. This was his idea.
Let's see now if he can hold on to the finish.
Van Bentum lurking behind Marinelli. Would help Kingma enormously if Van Bentum opens the attack, but he can't. Has to fend off Tibosch.
Nice block by Itze van Bentum. And making his way up to second place. Oh, that's close.
Very close, and he doesn't make it. So Marinelli is still in second. Kingma still leads. Niels Kingma. He did really well in the 500 meters. Can he do so again here in the 1000? Looks like it, beating Marinelli to the line.
That's a strong race from Niels Kingma. He won the 500 meter and now also wins the 1000 meter. That means he wins the overall classification of the men's B division.
Yep. It's a Van Bentum shaking his head. He tried twice, but couldn't get past Marinelli.
Quite a fast race, and it's a Van Bentum still trying to make his move. Yeah, seems like he's in good shape for the season.
Definitely, definitely. Kingma, though, was the best in this one.
Yes.
And a very strong race.
Solid
It was. Ja, daarmee zit, laten we zeggen, het individuele programma erop, dames en heren. Want we hebben zojuist de 1000 meter finales gezien. IJs zal gerepareerd en opnieuw helemaal geprepareerd worden. En dan gaan we naar de relays, relay finales. So after the individual finals here, it's time for the relays. That will come after a brief break for ice preparation. And we'll be back as soon as the skaters are.
Resurface of the ice. After resurface, we continue with the relay races. Please, let board counting people come to the official platform immediately after the resurface. A little bit up on the body, you think you're right there. Walk this way. I was born in a plane. Mama said every word was from my pain. I'm a bed you never had. If you think I'm running out, I never am. I'm on fire. I'm on fire.
Ja, we komen hier. Handen op de rug. Kunnen we even een paar handen bij. Ja, handen bij. Ja, precies.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, viewers of this international stream, International Invitation Cup 2021, brought to you live on Schaatsen.nl by the KNSB. And we're ready for the final part of this intense 3-day competition. It's time for relay finals. And this is going to be interesting, especially later on with a couple of Dutch teams vying for, let's say, supremacy. But first we have the B final in the women's competition with the French team, the Hungarian team and the Canadian team. And this is going to be interesting because the French team haven't had a lot of success so far.
No, and it's always interesting to see how the relay works out for countries, because it's the beginning of the season. Did they train the relay over the summer, or did they focus on individual performances? And the relay is always spectacular.
Which is why we're on the edge of our seat, ready to go for this first of the final group of finals, B final, women's relay.
False start.
And there's a lot of team tactics involved, getting the timing right of your changeovers. We'll talk about that as this race progresses. But it's going to be busy, especially on the infield. Race is underway. In red, we see the French team with Gwendoline Daudet. The green team is the Hungarian team, and the blue team is the Canadian team. And red currently leading first changeovers of the race. Still the French team in the lead. Won't throw with your powers. We have Monvoisin in the lead, it seems. No, it's now the number 11, so that's Daudet who's going to take over.
Oh, and a pass by the Hungarians.
That was interesting because this leaves the French in a tough spot. They now have to really put in a lot of effort to get back on equal terms with the Hungarian and Canadian teams.
There wasn't a lot of space when Hungary made the pass.
So the Hungarians lead.
But the French are coming back with Sifany.
So Moji giving over there. So, but the problem is here that they've spent a lot of energy getting back, huh?
Yeah. Let's see if they can still hold this pace at the end of the of this race.
So we've got Konya in the lead for Hungary. Now it's with number 20, Yasapati. Short changeovers. It's short moments on ice, but very intense. Huh?
Yeah, and you get very little time to recover in between. So at the end, you really feel your lungs and your legs.
And your arms, I suppose, with all the pushing.
Yeah, also a little bit your arms, but mostly your legs.
Still the French in amongst them. In fact, it is the French team in the lead. Marchand takes the lead. Number 13 on the helmet, not so unlucky here. Although this race is far from over, we're halfway there.
Hungary making a pass.
Again. It's Konya making the pass here. Canadian team haven't been that active so far. Hungarian team of Bachon, Chi, Belly and Garot. The Hungarian team leading the French team.
All the teams still together. Makes up for an exciting finish.
And a move from the French team. After the changeover, it was Daudet moving in on the inside, taking the lead. So, following a changeover, how long do you normally have?
Well, you skate 1.5 lap, so that's around 15 seconds. And then you have 45 seconds rest, because then your other 3 teammates are skating. And the women do that around 5 times, and the men do that 7 or 8 times.
So the ultimate in interval training,
yeah,
to get this right. Still the Hungarian versus French teams, changeovers extra important because it's close.
It's a really nice battle between those two teams. Very close.
Move made by the French team, but also to line up for the changeover.
And the pass made by Gwendoline Daudet on the inside again.
The first time we've seen it. Only 5 laps to go. It's close. It's fast. And it's definitely furious in this B final. French team still in the lead. Can they maintain? Because don't forget, at the beginning of the race, they had to spend a lot of energy getting this right, getting back up front.
Looking strong.
Looking over the shoulder. Ooh, there was a movement there from the Hungarian team.
One more exchange.
Levak in the lead.
Oh, and a fall for the Hungarian team.
And a heavy fall as well. No changeover. So the Hungarian team is done in the fight for the lead. The French now comfortably up front. A heavy fall.
Yeah, and this is, now it's an easy win for the French team.
But having to fight for it all through the race. The French win. They kept standing. Hungarians still trying to finish, because if you can, you will finish the race.
Canada finishes in second.
Never really played a part in that battle.
Seemed they already had a hard time keeping up with the fast pace from France and Hungary.
Yeah, and the reason we had 3 teams in this one is because Netherlands A had a disqualification penalty after miscommunication with Georgie Dalrymple coming back into the lane after the final changeover had already been done.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a miscue there. So no Susanne Schulting in action here.
No, Susanne Schulting is already done this weekend.
Well, she's done enough so far. Although I think the entire Netherlands A team would have liked to be in here.
Yeah, it's always nice to finish the racing weekend with a relay with your team.
It's part of the rhythm of short track, that you finish it off like that.
Yeah, rule number 1, stay on your feet. Rule number 2, don't get a penalty.
Funnily enough, we now have a combined team of the French and Hungarians together. So they can bury the hatchet and fight for victory in the A final. As we see more and more skaters on ice with Rianne de Vries, Selma Poutsma.
For the team of Hungary, and it's a penalty for in the straight lane change from inside to outside crossing contact.
And there's a penalty for the Hungarian team as well.
That must have been that first move, where the French got pushed out wide.
Yeah.
Right.
2 Italian teams.
Yeah, also. So Rianne de Vries, Selma Poutsma, Sandra Velzenboer, and Anne-Floor Otter, who's made a very good impression on us this week. Done really well. Cynthia Maschito, Ariana Sigel, and Martina Volchipina and Ariana Fontana in Italy A. Italy B, Elisa Confortola, Gloria Ioriati, Ariana Volchipina, and Elena Viviani. So it's a family affair. A little bit here. Sarah Luca Bashkai, Rebecca Silecci, Eva Grenoyou, and Chloe Olivier, the orange team, France and Hungary.
Selma Poutsma taking the lead from the start for the Dutch team.
She had a good morning so far, Selma Poutsma.
Sandra Velzenboer now.
Looked a little bit timid yesterday, but today is a lot better from Poutsma, who made great strides last year.
Sandra Velzenboer pushing on the floor Otter.
Another one of those regional skaters that did really well this week. The 2 Italian teams keeping calm.
Rebecca Shilica-Nemeth making a pass for the combined team.
As we see the French-Hungarian team together there, it's Grenoyou now in 3rd position.
Rianne de Vries looking good.
Pushing through. Selma Poutsma back up front, still being shadowed by the Italian team.
It's going to be interesting because Sandra Velzenboer will skate the last 2 laps for the Dutch team and Ariana Fontana will skate the last 2 laps for the A team from Italy.
Valchipina, you see there as well. So now the takeovers start to get very interesting because you get tired.
Italy making a pass. Ariana Sigel passing on the floor Otter.
Trying to get back, but can't make it stick. Now needs to stay in 2nd to keep the momentum going.
Italy B moving up from 4th to 3rd place.
Rianne de Vries now in 2nd. This is a close race. Selma Poutsma back up in 2nd. Will she make a move to take the lead? She's setting it up for perhaps the changeover. Wide in, keeping it close on the outside. No move from the second Italian team, but they looked. They definitely looked. Sandra Velzenboer now in second. We've got Fontana up front with the 32 helmet number.
It's all really close.
Yes, no margin for error here.
And Rebecca Schilice Nimmet again making a pass on the inside.
That may not be disadvantage to the Dutch team. Maybe a little bit of room to attack.
Let's
Although
see if
Greno Yu is there.
Can close that gap.
Great changeover by Italy A.
Yeah.
The green team. Means
Now Rianne de Vries pushing Selma Poutsma. Selma gonna use all her speed.
which is the only advantage of being a little bit in the back. With a little bit of a gap, you have some room to create momentum.
Yeah, you can create overspeed and then try to make a pass. And also Italy A is now doing all the work, which also might be an advantage of the Dutch team.
Starting to get nervous because slowly but surely we are looking at the final part of this relay, the A final.
And still the first three teams still together.
Italy A looks very strong in changeovers, eh?
Yeah, they're doing a good job. Rianne now really pushing hard. Closing the gap a little bit and gonna push Selma Poutsma again. Let's see if Selma can pass Martina Valchipina. One more exchange allowed.
Gunshot signifies that.
And Selma Poutsma passes Martina Valchipina. That's nice. Going into the last two laps, Sandra Velzenboer. Let's see if she can hold off Ariana Fontana.
This is nicely done. The Netherlands
this is exciting.
In the two Italian teams behind her. Here we go. Final lap, final chance.
Oh, this is nice.
Fontana.
She has to go all the way to the finish.
Can she make it? Can she make it?
Nice. That's nicely done by Sandra Velzenboer. Holding
well
off
done.
multiple Olympic champion and medal winner Ariana Fontana.
That was a great move, 5 laps before the end, just to get there. Eh?
Yeah, that was perfectly timed. Great move by Selma Poutsma. Good exchange from Rianne to Selma.
And she had to use a lot of her strength, Selma Poutsma, throughout the race to keep closing down the gaps.
Yeah.
So this looked like that's a good victory, including Sandra Velzenboer, Rianne de Vries, Selma Poutsma, and of course Anne Floor Otter, the junior, let's say, partner in this group.
Yeah, she did a great job too. Oh, it's an overall great team performance.
Which is, in effect, what the relay is all about.
Yeah.
Great race. I don't believe there's any need for a review there, although the final corner was a little bit of... was a little bit scrappy, but that's what it's supposed to be for the victory. But a great race and a great victory as we move straight into the B final, including 2 Dutch teams, a Belgian team and an Italian team.
Exciting.
So let's run them through. Dylan Hogewerf, Chinky Knecht, Jens van het Woud and Melle van het Woud are in Netherlands A with the red shirts. The Belgian team with Stijn de Smet, Adriaan de Wachteren, Rino van Horen and Wart Petret in the green jerseys. The Netherlands D, Hessel van Berkem, Hugo Bosma, Daan Kos and Niels Kingma. Let's say can we call them the regional team?
Yeah.
Netherlands regional team.
Yeah, Daan Kos is not from the same regional team as the other 3 guys. But yeah, they're all regional team skaters.
And then we've got Team Orange, Italian B team, Warre van Damme, although he's a Belgian. We'll call him an honorary Italian for now. Mattia Antonioli, Marco Giordano and Pietro Marinelli. Strong team as well.
Yeah. But to be honest, I think Netherlands A shouldn't have a problem with winning this race.
With Hogewerf, Knecht and de Van het Woud. Others there.
Yeah. I wonder what their tactic's gonna be. If they're gonna go fast from the start to see how fast they can go, or that they will wait a little longer and make it a more tactical race with a lot of passing.
We will find out as we are ready for the start. B final, men's relay underway, 5K, 45 laps. And it's going to hurt at the end.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Is it something you look forward to, knowing that it's going to hurt as much as it does?
The pain
No.
is something you don't really look forward to, but the relay is, that is something you look forward to, because personally I really enjoy the team effort. And yeah, it's just so spectacular.
And we just saw a great example of that in the women's A final. Currently in the lead, Team Green, Italy, although we see the Belgians there as well.
Looks like it's gonna be a tactical race with probably a hard finish, a hard last 15 laps.
In the lead, Italian, Marco Giordano. Behind, just lurking a little bit, one of the Dutchmen. Although it is one of the regional Dutchmen. 104 now, so that's Hessel van Berken, one of a few that have excelled this weekend.
Jens van Wout pushing Shinky Knecht.
Knecht in 4th position, but we'll definitely see some moves later on in this race. Can be certain of that. And again, so important to get the timing right, which is not easy to do if you're an assembled team, like for instance here Italy B, with a Belgian skater alongside the 3 Italians.
Yeah, you don't really know each other, so it's hard to know what you can expect from each other then.
The only thing you can do is trust a little bit in each other. All these skaters are on a certain level. Still, the
Jens van
orange
Wout
team.
making a move.
Yeah. So, Team Red, Netherlands A, moving up to 3rd. One thing is definitely for certain, the Netherlands A team doesn't want to be beaten by the regional skaters.
That's some rivalry there.
But still, regional skaters in 2nd, doing extremely well here.
Yeah, looking comfortable in the 2nd position.
That Hugo Bosma there. Is it Daan Kos?
Now Daan Kos is pushing Niels Kingma.
Kingma's had a great day so far. Looking to sign off with a great relay here. Who's going to finish for Netherlands A? Should be Knecht, eh?
I think it's Jens van Wout.
Wow. So a different makeup altogether there.
Yeah. And Jens van Wout making a... No, he's not making a move.
No, the move's made by Team Blue.
Hessel van Berken going around the outside, now taking the lead with pushing Hugo Bosma.
So the regional skaters in the lead.
And they're accelerating, the pace is going up.
Trying to make this a hard 2nd part of the race.
Hugo Bosma pushing Daan Kos, also really improved a lot last summer. And now Melle van Wout's taking over the Belgian-Italy team into 2nd position.
Closing
Melle
up.
van Wout pushing Dylan Hogewerf, and they're back at the blue team. Niels Kingma pushing hard.
And he wants to show that he belongs in that national team, of course. Still, the regional Dutch skaters ahead of the national team.
And now Jens van Wout makes his move past Hessel van Berken and really pushing hard now.
Mid-race.
Immediately creating a gap and pushing Shinky Knecht. Let's see if Shinky Knecht is still motivated to give it his all he's got. Looks like it. Now Melle van Wout.
They've created the gap. How can they maintain it? It looks like it. Still the regional Dutch skaters in 2nd. Time for a changeover again. And back at it. Dylan Hogewerf. Wow, great race so
Looking
far.
strong.
Exactly as you expected it to be. They kept their cool at the beginning of the race, and now they've really taken over.
Yeah.
Behind, there's a fierce battle for 2nd.
Nice battle between the regional team from the Netherlands and Belgium.
The Belgians not passing yet.
Mattia Antonioli catching up again.
Stijn de Smet trying to make the move, although we're heading into another changeover. So that means that de Wachteren is now in second.
And now the ice is getting worse, so who can handle these ice conditions the best? It's also a big factor during a 5K relay.
Good move there from the Belgian team to
And
take
now
over
Niels
second.
Kingma, oh, nice move. Passing Rino van Horen from the Belgium team.
And he was launched by a very good takeover from the regional team.
Hessel van Berkem giving it all he's got. Ooh, nice pass by Wart Petré.
Yeah, it's not so much on screen, but we are able to follow the battle for second. There we go, thank you. And a very interesting battle for second as the Dutch team leads. Netherlands A.
And now the regional team is passed by the Italian-Belgium team.
They've given it all they had.
The Belgians are taking off.
Out of that battle for second. They are clearly second.
Let's see if the other two teams can still catch up. And the move by Daan Kos inside by Ware van Damme.
That's nicely done. They have shown some tenacity, the youngsters there.
Let's see if Niels Kingma can close the gap to the Belgians.
And let's not forget, the Netherlands A team still leading, gun for the final 3 laps.
One more exchange allowed.
We see one of the Italians struggling with the ice conditions.
And Hugo Bosma is going to try and catch up with Stijn de Smet. And it is Shinky Knecht who is finishing.
So Knecht bringing it home for Netherlands A in this B final.
Nice tracks from Hugo Bosma, keeping the door closed for the Mattia Antonioli.
Nicely done. Really nice race this.
Yes.
But dominated in the end by Dylan Hogewerf, Shinky Knecht, Jens en Melle van het Woud.
Yeah.
As you would expect. They were very unhappy to not be in the A final, but such is life.
Yeah.
As we get ready for the final race of the International Invitation Cup 2021. Final race with 2 Dutch teams, an Italian team, and of course the clear favorite, the Hungarian team.
Reigning Olympic champions.
Yeah. Although Tibos looked a little bit weak in the semis. He was the one who got past.
Yeah.
But yeah, with the 2 Liu brothers there, there's not so much you can do.
And it's nice. There's a French guest in the Dutch team with Jasper Brunsman, Frito Emons and Teun Boer.
Yeah.
Sebastian Lepap.
And that is one of the best guys you can learn from.
Yeah, very experienced guy. And as mentioned before, very nice to get a push from because he's very big and strong.
Right.
But it's not so nice to push him though.
No, someone has to do it though.
Yeah.
Let's run through the entire field. Daan Breusma, he has had a tough 3 days. Itzhak de Laat, Kai Huisman and Sven Roes. He's looked strong, Sven Roes. Italy A, Andrea Cassinelli, Tommaso Dotti, Pietro Sigel and Luca Spechenhauser. John Henry Kruger, Xiaoyang Liu, Xiaolin, Sander Liu and Daniel Tibos. They make up the Hungarian team. And then Netherlands C with Sebastian Lepap, the Frenchman leading out with Jasper Brunsman, Friso Emons and Teun Boer in this A final race of the Invitation Cup.
So the Hungarian team has the numbers 1, 2 and 3 from the 1000 meter. So yeah, you can say that they are the favorites for this race, but also the Dutch team looked very strong with Kai Huisman and Sven Roes in the A final, and we know that Daan is really feeling at his best in the relay. And yeah, I think he still has the feeling that he has to wants to show something.
And he wants to get to the Olympics.
Yeah, so don't underestimate the Dutch team battling for that first place with the Hungarian team.
No, possibility of fireworks, because let's not forget Sven Roes looked really strong today.
Yeah,
in,
he was
in a couple of races.
Yeah, he was battling with those 3 Hungarians
in the A final. Right, let's get this final party started. The final, the relay for the men. In red, the Netherlands. Daan Breusma is going to start. With green, Cassinelli, John-Henry Kruger starts for the Hungarians, and Sebastian Lepap takes the duties fittingly with the orange shirt.
It's going to be a tactical race as well.
Italy A in green, Hungary in blue, and Netherlands.
Hungary starting from the back, not wasting any energy.
Knowing full well that they have the power and the ability to move forward when they need to. So, opening phase of this race. You see the lap count, the bottom left of the screen.
Huisman leading for the Dutch team.
Well, it's going to be interesting how they approach this, because you know the attack is going to come from the Hungarian team. Little bit of a move on the outside there. Was Shaolin Sanderliu. And they'll sense, the Hungarians will sense that there's a little bit of nervousness around, because when they come, you have to be ready for it. Reusma in the lead. Taking over in a bit is going to be Itzhak de Laat. Difficult to gauge where de Laat is in terms of his level.
A little bit up and down this weekend.
Looked incredibly strong in the semis of the relay.
Still calm before the storm.
So what do you do in those 40 minutes, well, let's say 35 seconds, because you have to get up to speed again as well, to get the heart rate down? Is it just focus on the breathing?
Yeah, and as little as possible. But also paying attention to the skaters in the track, because if someone falls, you have to be alert and
Be
still
ready to take over.
Yeah,
But it's gonna hurt.
it's gonna hurt for sure.
And someone who knows all about that pain, Daan Breusma, in the lead.
Feeling that pain for over 12 years already. For now, everyone's still getting comfortable.
Yes, it's well, let's not say timid, but everybody's keeping their powder dry for the final.
Yeah, that's gonna be an exciting final.
As the Hungarians move up to third.
And when we cross the line here, 29 laps to go.
Slowly but surely positioning themselves. But no match in the tinderbox just yet.
Sven Roos leading, looking good.
He made a great impression in terms of his physicality. Some really good choices in the semifinals earlier today as well.
And Hungary moving up to second place.
So now you see suddenly that everybody understands the game is on.
Pace is going up a little bit.
Itzhak de Laat being launched.
Netherlands C with Jasper Brunsman feeling comfortable on the back.
Seeing if they can pick up some pieces at the end.
Yeah.
Still the Netherlands B in the lead.
Also a nice test for the Italian A team to see in what shape they are in the relay.
Hungary starting to charge a little bit. Looking over the shoulder. Beneath the arm as well. And is there a move? No, not yet. Kruger
Italy.
in second. Yes, the move from Italy, and Kruger just in time. Was he just in time though?
Yeah, I think Italy pushed back. Oh, and Sebastian Lepap passing the Italian team.
He had to really dig in the ice.
That was a close one, but a good one.
And we see the ice starting to deteriorate further.
Yeah. You will more and more start to feel that you are breaking away because the ice gets worse and worse.
Starting to slush up as we have another changeover. And still the Dutch team lead, but providing all the effort at the front. They're working hard.
Shaolin Liu in second, looking really calm. Oh, Sven Roos falls, but still touched Daan Breusma, so Daan can go on.
He did everything he could to at least touch the back of Daan Breusma.
That was close. The because if he didn't touch down, they had to tick off in another way, and they would have lost a lot more. They would have a way bigger gap, but now they're still in the pack.
What is he going to do now? Because he has to build up some speed as well, and he does. Let's hope he hasn't hurt himself with that little tumble. He lost his balance, went over backwards.
Probably because of the worse ice conditions.
And it was incredible that he managed to extend his arm.
I think it might even been his leg that touched down.
Crazy moment, but ideal for the Hungarians who now...
And they are really pushing hard, the Hungarians now. They're taking off. Let's see if Italy can follow.
Look at that changeover from the Hungarian team. Kruger leading. His move to Hungary is all about this relay.
This is a nice exchange from Dan to Itzhak. Let's see if Itzhak can close the gap to Italy.
Just a handful of laps.
And Xiao Liu is still skating with his hands on the back.
Yeah, that's a nice feeling if you're trying to stay with him.
Kai Huisman closing the gap.
There we go.
That's nice.
Really a lot of effort from the Dutch team.
And this is going to be a great exchange from Kai to Sven from third to first.
Wow, move of the day.
Nice.
Netherlands back up. He was on the floor a few minutes ago.
Oh, Sven, nice. Holding off Xiaolin Liu. Pushing down Breusma now. One more exchange allowed. John Henry Kruger passing Dan. Let's see if Dan can push Itzhak.
Here we go. Netherlands versus Hungary.
That's nice. Itzhak in the front again, but Xiao Liu passes Itzhak.
Yeah, moves back to the front.
And there comes Italy.
Italy
with Pietro Sigel. And also passing Itzhak de Laat. And Jasper Breusman also passing Itzhak de Laat.
So de Laat falling back. It is the Hungarian win.
Oh, that was spectacular.
Yeah, everything happened in this one. Great move at the end from the Dutch team. But Itzhak de Laat got shuffled back.
Yeah.
Couldn't maintain his line. And this means that Hungary wins the final race of the day. The Italian team really did well.
Yeah.
So did Netherlands C, including Sébastien Lepape, the French skater. Again, impressive from Sven Roos how he got back up on his feet and made that move.
That exchange from Kai Huisman to Sven Roos from third place to first position, that was awesome.
But the Hungarian team won ahead of Italy A and then Netherlands C.
Pietro Sigel also made a nice move in those last 2 laps.
And I wonder whether or not skaters Dan Breusma and Itzhak de Laat lost a little bit too much, spent a little bit of energy getting back on par with Hungary and Italy after that almost missed exchange.
Jeroen Otter also doesn't look really happy with Itzhak's last 2 laps.
No, looked a little bit all over the place.
Yeah.
But the result is there, the result is in. And John Henry Kruger, Xiaoyang Liu, Xiaolin Sander Liu and Daniel Tibosch have managed to win the final round of this International Invitation Cup. We'll switch over to Dutch. En dames en heren, wat een finales. Wat een finales. Niet het succes, het gedroomde succes voor het Nederlandse team. Maar Bram, het was wel spectaculair, hè?
Dat kan je wel zeggen. Dit was echt uit het boekje.
Ja, alles zat erin. En daarmee komt deze International Invitation Cup tot een einde. We'll switch over to English to sign off. To understand that we had 3 fantastic days. Thank you to Schaatsen.nl, Schaatsen.nl for the international viewers. Of course, the KNSB and all of the sponsors that have been with us making this live stream available. Let's not forget, if you're not able to follow it live in the hall, this is the best way to follow it. And we'll hope to see you soon, whether or not in person or via any of these live streams. Thank you, Bram. Thank you, viewers. Thank you for the KNSB for a lovely weekend here. And all we have yet to say is what a start to the international short track season. Thank you for watching and see you soon.
Spelers van Nederlandse Loterij, bedankt voor de ruim 168 miljoen die jullie bij elkaar hebben gespeeld. Voor sport en beweging, voor Nederland. 168 miljoen. Spelers, bedankt.
Niels en Eve gaan voor een lagere energierekening. En dat begint met isoleren. Glaswol, kitten, tochtstrips, andersom. En dicht. Oh, ja, bam. Isolatie. Je krijgt er te warm van.
Yo, deur dicht. Mijn huis duurzaam maken? Ik kan het.
Gamma.
Tragitol, snelle pijnstiller bij beginnende keelpijn. Het stilt snel de pijn en doodt bacteriën en virussen die keelpijn veroorzaken. In het oranje-paarse doosje.